We have a bunch of fun stuff we've been planning to talk about today. Say it roughly falls into 3 or so categories. The first one is obviously the one that y'all are known for, database and database performance in particular. It's more and more been a topic I've seen people interested in talking about. I know DynamoDB was trending a few days ago. Really excited to go into all that. But I also think there's some cool stuff we can talk about in developer experience, as well as the chaotic state of like companies and fundraising in the software and dev tools company world, especially the open source companies. So super excited for all the things we're going to talk about today. Any one of those topics jump out as something you want to start with?
I'll let you shuffle on this deck of topics, whatever you want to talk about.
I'm leaning towards starting with the performance stuff. I see people asking for the free hat. Don't worry, guys. We'll be giving away some hats a little closer to the end. So stick around and stay hyped for that. There will be a lot of free hats given out soon.
Yeah, there's a hat drop link ready and has been produced and will be dropped.
Yeah, I am so excited for that. Anyways, I kind of want to start with the performance stuff just because it, for a long time, was the bread and butter of Planetscale. I guess the first question is, do you see that as changing? Do you think that the thing Planetscale is known for is shifting away from performance towards other things? It will not crash again. And that was quick enough that the VOD might even recover, which would be nice. Fingers crossed on that. Sup, nerds? Am I back? How are we doing? Looks like we're alive. We'll hope it stays alive. Everybody's saying we're back. Cool. Sorry about that. Turns out OBS is hard and crashes sometimes. OBS 28 is a very good upgrade, but not necessarily stable with all my plugins. So
what is an OBS? Can you just tell me what an OBS is? So
OBS, it's the Open Broadcast Suite. It's kind of like the Linux of the live video production world. It's quickly become I think 95 out of the top 100 streamers are using OBS as their streaming software, just like is the thing you use.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And this was a major update. The most recent, I think it was like a week ago now, they shipped version 28, which was a huge update where they redid a bunch of the internals. They updated the Qt version it's based on and redid the entire like virtual camera layer, which I use heavily, obviously, as my return feed here. So I tend to run into every single bug. So that's how it goes.
Bleeding edge usage. Great analogy with brand new databases as well.
Absolutely. So let's talk all about it. We were going down the performance stuff with Vitesse. I would love to hear a bit more about that. Like, how has performance been changing at Planetscale?
Wow. Massive websites and companies continue to move their workloads onto Planetscale, onto our cloud, at a rate that surprises me. Not that I think, I always knew we would build something awesome and people would love it, but, we went GA in November. We were within our first year and seeing these kind of customers on board. And the great thing about that is they have great engineering teams, great amounts of traffic, and that gives us feedback and more ways to understand our system and make it better. We also have people that work at Planetscale that have worked on database performance for their entire career. And that's 20 years apiece for some of these people that have been working on it. And MySQL is 25 years old. So we have these sedimentary layers of getting better. You talk about OBS software, 28th release.
10 years in the making, over 300 contributors. You can't compete with that.
Correct. So we're at that stage with MySQL, and we're at that stage with Vitesse. I mean, I tweeted recently a link to like the top ranking contributors of Vitesse, some big companies there. So we're just making things better, right? As time goes along. We're also working on a feature, which unfortunately I can't tell you what it is, but when we ship it, we can always do this again. That is insane for performance. When I saw the team demo it, I just laughed. I didn't have any reaction other than finding it funny because of what it did for the performance of the test database. So we've got some really great stuff coming. Performance is extremely important, and the performance and reliability story keeps getting better and better for us.
That is so cool. And I think To an extent, try to find the right way to put this. When I was looking into Planetscale, I was originally looking at it as, oh, the performance here is good enough that I'll never have to worry about it. I didn't think of it as the performance here is good enough right now and going to keep getting better. I do have to take a pause for a second because Chevsky gifted 100 subs earlier when we were down, and he just gifted 10 tier 3 subs, which is nuts. I've never seen somebody gift tier 3s as a community gift. I didn't even know you could do that. That's nuts. So shout out Chevsky for that. I appreciate you immensely. Thanks for kicking off September in the craziest way possible.
What does that mean?
On Twitch, a sub is like a membership on something like Patreon where you pay $5 a month, but you can also go to a higher tier, which the tier 3 sub is $25 a month. And you can gift subs to the community. So if you want to contribute more to me or to the community, you can hit the gift sub button and then give subscriptions out for a bunch of people for the month. I also have an integration in our Discord server. So if you want to hang out in the private chat, you have to be a sub on Twitch and link your account. But if you do, you have access to the private sub channel where I tend to be a little more off the cuff because I don't have to worry about people like sharing my things there. But at this rate, with the 2,550 subscribers we have on the channel, those channels are not private anymore.
That's awesome.
Yeah, the community is incredible. Love you all so much. Thank you guys so much for the gifts. I also saw that Jiraj gifted 100 subs as well. That might have... Oh, yeah, that was 7 minutes ago. Jesus Christ, guys. Chill with the gifts. We're doing an interview. You guys are going to just distract me so hard. I'll look at those momentarily. Did I miss you doing gifts too, bot? God damn it, guys. Anyways, yeah, they
struggling with success. Theo is struggling from success right now. The DJ Khaled meme. You're too many gifts.
It's absurdity. They make it very hard to focus. It's fun for them. Anyways, speaking of my performance, let's talk more about other solutions and their performance, because I've seen a lot more DynamoDB takes lately, which I didn't expect. Like, Dynamo's a great solution. Framing I've been thinking more and more about, and really curious what your thoughts are, is there's two ways to think about database performance. There is how much performance can you get without hiring a database person, and how much can you get when you've hired a database person. So I love Planetscale in the sense that y'all are my database person, and my performance can get absurdly good without having to like spend the hundreds of thousands of dollars on an engineer who specializes in that. And I think a lot of the but DynamoDB is more performant takes come from people whose job is databases, and they don't actually recognize their own cost to an extent. And I'm curious, both, do you see Planetscale as that middle bridge as I do, where it lets me have the performance of a database team without a database team? And do you agree that those people are as hell-bent on things like Dynamo because they don't see their own power level to an extent?
So when we talk about performance, we have to talk about performance within trade-offs, because you can always get performance at extreme level. I could go on this stream and be like, you don't care about performance unless you write C or assembly, right? You just don't care, because you could C++ or whatever. You could go way further on performance, but you'd be like, that'd be insane. Collaboration's a nightmare. Security is a nightmare. You've got to trade off where you get your performance from, and you can get it with real extremes. And Dynamo is a very performant database, very scalable, great. Couldn't say anything bad about the performance of Dynamo. I will say some things though. It is extremely difficult to use. One of the employees at Planetscale used to work at a company that heavily used Dynamo. One of the biggest users of Dynamo, and says it's amazing tech. It's phenomenal tech, but it has full of foot guns. You get it wrong and you just can screw everything up. So not only it's got great performance, it makes you do so much of the thinking ahead of time to make that performance good. And if it goes slow, getting out of there, it's just a real knife. It's like a very sharp knife, and it can be great for you, but if you slip, it's not good. It's also not interoperable. You're on Dynamo forever. There's some acronym which I can't remember that Amazon have, which is some core services that if a customer is on 5 of these core services all at once on net, they never churn. They've never had someone churn. Dynamo is one of them, because where else do you go if you want to move to Google or Azure or just have some optionality? Dynamo, I mean, how do you back out of that? How do you incrementally leave? It's very clever. Lots of incremental steps in, zero out, which is, it's a great strategy, but it's rough. Spanner is in exactly the same situation. We've worked with every cloud to help them land customers that need scale, database scale, that don't want to use Spanner or Dynamo because the customer is too worried about being completely stuck to that cloud and can't go anywhere.
Yeah, I've only recently discovered Spanner, mostly because I have a lot of friends who are Google employees and they love talking about those things.
Yeah.
I totally agree that like for a long time it felt like to get that level of performance there was a significant amount of compromise necessary, both in like standards where you had to give up like open source standards, things that were like universal like SQL, in order to buy into the specific system. And with that, you're losing a lot of the like modularity of the technology, the flexibility of the technology, and the just outright like developer experience wins. Like if you bought really hard into Dynamo and then Prisma happened and it turned out Prisma's DX is something your engineers really want, you're in a tough spot now. There isn't much you can do. If you bought into Postgres on Heroku and then Heroku shuts down, you can move somewhere else relatively easily. I've moved our database like 4 times until landing on Planetscale at Ping. And the ability to do that is because of the SQL standard. But for a long time, that standard implied either you have database wizards at your company who know how to scale it for you, or you deal with the cost of like not having a scalable solution. It feels like Planetscale's unique skill here is they bridged that gap from the compromise you have to make for super performance solutions to the flexibility you get from the SQL standard.
Correct. And that's what this company is about. A lot of things had to happen. It's kind of a moment in time of such incredible tech coming out of YouTube, and then a team of people that know how to build tools for developers coming together to make sure it's not a trade-off. Like one of our early pitch decks before we went on this journey showed the spectrum of like hyper cool databases that are hyper scalable, amazing tech, Spanner, Dynamo, can't use them at all. They're so painful. Or down the other end, which is like the toy databases that are great for day one, where it's like, yeah, that's the best DX ever, and like you can just get running, don't have to think about schema. And how then everyone leaves them eventually to grow up to real databases. And we talked about how we can actually envelop the two with the power of our technology being at the same scale as these mega scalers, but also deliverable so simply. And being MySQL compatible is an essential piece of that. Having made if we'd made our own query language, it wouldn't be possible. That's what was on Database Startup's website the other day, and they were like, "It's time to move past SQL." You think, what a claim! How many companies have tried to do that as well? Like so many, and it's just such an arrogant thing to think you're going to move us past SQL. Crazy.
Yeah, I feel like the amount of things you have to replace to even get close to killing SQL or replacing it. Like, it's not just you replace this one language in the middle. It's you have to replace all of the ways you connect to it, all of the ways you store it, all of the ways you deploy it, all of the ways you distribute it. All of these layers have to change in order for you to be able to reinvent that one piece. And I, as many here are arguing, don't think that is necessary for you to succeed succeed with a scalable data solution. For a long time, it felt like that was necessary, but I feel like we're finally swinging back the other way. Obviously, there was the GraphQL as a SQL replacement disaster that we've, as a community, walked back finally. I don't know how much I've told you about my convos with EdgeDB, but the CEO there is pretty straightforward that the GraphQL investment was probably a mistake, which is cool. I'll be chatting with him more about that soon. I really want us to stop pretending that like there is already a better solution to SQL somewhere. There isn't. It is very good.
I've just been on their website and it says the post-SQL era has arrived.
Oh God. I think we've had a lot of luck with new tools that allow us to have better experiences with SQL, but I just don't see a reason to move away from the standards right now.
There isn't one.
Yeah.
Speaking of the market, we've had a very inflated market, which has meant a lot of companies have been able to try this stuff, and will take a few years to find out whether it works or not.
Yeah, I am
But
curious how you feel about like the 3 or 4 new companies that have been spinning up and calling themselves the serverless database company. I was keeping a tally for a while. I stopped because I got lazy, but there was days where I got more than 10 FaunaDB ads on my Twitter timeline in a day.
Yeah, I get some too. You mean, look, I love innovation. Someone's going to get something right and create another magical thing. I think there's some really awesome startups out there doing interesting things with databases. But I also think, every year for the last decade of my career in databases, someone has sent me the thing that is apparently going to topple MySQL or topple Postgres and is the next amazing thing. And it never turns out because they're always doing too much. They're like some crazy query language or some, and really honestly, I just kind of let it, I let it go. There's so many. You see, these constant new startups. I just think to myself, fine, whatever. We'll see what works for people. But there's just a lot that you kind of tell they're going to learn the lessons of what it takes to scale a database eventually. And I feel bad for their customers. I feel bad for their biggest customer because they're the ones learning that the most acutely. And when it's a database, that's risky and it sucks.
Yeah, something I've definitely felt is there's a lot of companies that are going into, I hate to say this frankly, but it feels like they're going into databases for the wrong reasons. Like they see problems that exist with like the developer experience of databases, and they end up solving those problems slightly and introducing significantly more as a result.
Yeah.
And the thing that impressed me with Planetscale is it felt like you started with performance and then maintained that bar as you went to improve DX, rather than starting with DX, realizing you introduced a performance problem, and then trying to scale the performance from there.
We were very lucky to start with the test. I mean, it gave us a lot of leverages. And like the features and things we're building for the future, I've got more of come from more amazing stuff that we can do with the test. So we are very lucky, and it's great that you have noticed that we care about these things. And we're going back to the other thing we care about is reliability. Again, you can have blazing fast performance, no reliability. Hello, Redis. Like Redis, great for performance, great different types. Had some of the worst outages in my career has come from using Redis, right? Like it was super hard. The trade-offs were there. And like same with Mongo as well. I remember, how fast and whatever it was. It was like, yeah, cool. It's going to be quick if you write it to memory and don't bother making sure it gets to disk. So we not only offer this performance that you're seeing, but we offer incredible reliability and durability and scalability. When you pull all those things together, it starts to become really special.
Yeah, I definitely think the community is feeling the difference there. I've noticed a significant difference in sentiment around Planetscale compared to others, where like it's the only platform that is built in a way that you don't graduate from it. Like all these other tools, if you are successful with your business, you will have to stop using them because they won't scale with you.
Right.
Even like Vercel to an extent, there's going to be a point where those Lambda invocations are too expensive and we have to move our APIs to a running box that distributes itself, and I have to hire Primeagen or some like infra wizard to scale our infra that way to make it cost effective. But there's like a lot of companies that, because they are a small company and because the experience of the founders is that of small companies, the tools they build are for small companies and they don't scale. And I think that a lot of the database companies are made by those same people who worked at smaller places and are building solutions to the smaller team problems, but they don't know what it looks like to get off those once it's time to scale. Whereas the engineers at Planetscale are the people who made YouTube scale, who made GitHub scale, who helped make Slack scale. And I saw somebody in chat mentioning when you're talking earlier about a coworker who had a lot of Dynamo problems. Were they from Snapchat?
No, but they did work at another very large social network. But Snapchat big Dynamo users?
From what I've heard, yes.
I heard Dynamo still runs on DB, which is the MySQL storage engine that we use, which makes it even funnier, right? Like I saw the word graph whiz by on this very active chat. It always makes me laugh that the world's largest graph database is also in MySQL. I mean, there's a theme here that people don't tend to miss in tech. It's like eventually you get to a scale or whatever, you're just running Charlotte MySQL. And there's very little options. There's just rules. And the earlier you learn these rules in your company journey, the less messing around you will do. And you won't lose innovation. We lost years of innovation at GitHub and at other companies due to database and scale and stack problems. Like, it's such a crime. And you talked about graduation. We think about that graduation curve of like, how do you be the database that people need at the appropriate times? Like on day one, we need to be the fastest, easiest to like develop your schema and just like get the hell out of the way. Like we are not the important part of day one of a company. Like the idea is getting the hell out of someone's way so they can build that prototype and code. That's why we made deployments faster than anyone else, right? Creating a database is seconds, not minutes. And so that's how you be there for day one. Like day 200 or like year 3 or whatever, we're the best database to do DevOps with, right? We allow you to deploy your schema. We allow you to automate all of these processes. So again, we've graduated further up the curve, and we've gone from I have a crazy idea to a multiplayer mode and lots of developers and lots of people need to do stuff. And then that company is now big scale, which is you need predictable, gigantic amounts of scalability that is like you can model, you can scale, and you can scale globally. And so we can perform really well at any end of that curve. And we just did our million QPS benchmark, which a lot of people saw. Million is a kind of a just arbitrary number. It's a big number. It makes a nice headline. But like the point that post truly makes is if we double the amount of computers we put behind this, you can have 2 million, right? And to get that level of predictable scalability at any part of your stack is incredibly rare. And so that's something we're also just very proud of. And that's, again, as you go up the scale curve, no one else can really do what we do at every end of the spectrum.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. And it's definitely what I've felt with it. I don't think there's a lot of dev companies in general that have done such a good job of acknowledging the start and the end of that curve and trying their best to serve people at every point. Like, I honestly think there's a future where we do have to hire a database person at Ping, and they look at our Planetscale deployment and they're like, yeah, this seems like the right solution for us to keep using. We screwed up our model because y'all are clueless, but we could make some adjustments to the model and make this work really well. I don't see a need for us to graduate off Planetscale. We graduated onto it to an extent, ended up somewhere in that middle range there where we already had a schema. We already had like our Prisma setup working on Postgres on AWS, and we switched the technology out underneath to Planetscale without much issue and have fully bought into the experience since.
Great. It's my goal that you never hire that database person.
I love that. It's kind of like the Rippling CEO. It's his goal to never have to hire a like proper HR team. And if Rippling can't scale to what he needs to do to run the business, then they need to freeze hiring until it does.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I love those mindsets.
By the end of this year, you might even tell me that you believe you'll never have to hire that person.
That is very exciting. I cannot wait to hear all about those releases. There's a question that keeps coming up in chat. I think we talked about this a bit last time, and we've hinted at it a bunch, but want to do the quick why MySQL and not Postgres rant for everybody in chat that's wondering?
Yeah, I think I will know I have fully retired and will be at peace when I never answer this question again, but I'm more than happy to answer it again. I get asked every single week. Postgres is a fine database. It's a good database. People have done great things with Postgres. It doesn't operate. You can't operate it as well as MySQL, and that is a fact. I don't argue with people. In fact, everyone I end up arguing with about this are operating a tiny database, and I can't argue with them. Their perception is completely wrong, or not wrong, different, right? Like Postgres works for most people, and I'm very happy for them that it does, right? It is, however, a difficult database to operate, and there's way more companies that have moved off it to MySQL than the other direction. The only thing people really seem to love about Postgres and hate about MySQL. Things like it being open, seeming more open because Oracle owned MySQL.
There's a handful of features, like its JSON management is better. It's like having string arrays and things built in is nice.
Yeah, so the JSON's a really fun, interesting story to tell when it comes to MySQL and Postgres. And by the way, MySQL has quite good JSON support now. So Postgres shipped JSON support. Sorry, did I say MySQL has good Postgres support? Or
I think you said Postgres, but I think you meant MySQL. Yeah,
okay,
MySQL ships JSON support, right?
Yeah, pretty well, right. And so Postgres shipped it, got it out there. Everyone loved it. Everyone loved JSON support for Postgres. It was like amazing. But it barely performed at all. It was such an early implementation, didn't work well at all. The database team at Facebook that run some of the largest data sets on planet Earth on MySQL looked at that and said, that's a really good idea. We should add that to MySQL. And they added it to MySQL. And you know what? When it shipped, it worked. It was production grade because Oracle put their neck on the line and they ship things that are bulletproof and production grade. And so on the same, and then 2 years later, Postgres get their shit together. So along the 2-year timeline, it was very similar when real production grade JSON support actually got into both databases. It was just a different path to do it. And yeah, so like I said, Postgres is fine, but MySQL tends to scale way, way better.
Yeah, from my understanding, one of the core parts there was that Postgres's storage layer and its query layer are very tightly coupled, like they're built on top of each other. Whereas with MySQL, the separation of the query layer and InnoDB, the storage layer, is much greater, which lets you stuff something like Vitess in the middle there to scale out your storage layer.
So storage, so there's a pluggable storage API. Vitess doesn't go between MySQL and storage. It goes between you and MySQL, the connection of MySQL. But there's been a pluggable storage engine, maybe since day one, if not very early on, but like pretty much I think since the 90s, MySQL's had pluggable storage engines. I was just looking to see fact check there. It started with MyISAM, and then InnoDB was eventually developed and plugged in, and that's another great thing. InnoDB is now the main storage engine for MySQL, and was there because of open source, right? The other thing that I think is really interesting between the two is that Postgres started as more of an academic project at Berkeley to help people learn and understand SQL, right? So it was designed to be like a very pure implementation of SQL. MySQL was founded to be a very operable and good database with great UX and great developer features. And they've been around a similar amount of time, but I think why a project is born and built makes a lot of sense. There's a really good quote from one of the team or just from the Facebook database team, and he just talks about how they choose MySQL because of how easy to operate it is. Like because it does what it's supposed to do and you can automate a lot of its behavior. That's what you need for scale and predictability.
Yeah, I think a lot of this just comes down to the years and the decision-making reasoning in that way. I'm probably not anywhere near as database capable as the people you talk to every day, but I definitely had a little bit of hesitation when I first was giving Planetscale a shot, in that I was moving to MySQL, and that's like the evil Oracle thing. I'm scared, but I gave it a shot, and all I had to do was change 2 of my disgusting JSON blobs to no longer be disgusting JSON blobs, and then we were good to go. I think I had one string array somewhere too, but it was a relatively seamless move for us at Ping. And obviously we've seen all of the benefits of not having to think about scaling again. Like we add crazy features. We've just added a feature where we're writing to our database every like minute or like every like 30 seconds or so per user. And it's fine that we can just add that for a little bit, see if it works or not, like for a user experience, and then drop it. Like the agility we have as a company as a result of the flexibility of MySQL and the performance on top of it that Planetscale provides is just nuts.
That's amazing. We'll take that quote for the marketing. Thank you.
Let me know when the check comes in.
Yeah. Someone asked about Postgres compatible databases. as well in the chat.
Interesting. I'm curious both about that. And do you think things like Neon and Cockroach are proper Postgres, or would those fall under Postgres compatible as well?
Neon seems to be more proper Postgres. Again, not much new against Aurora. It looks interesting. It's not the architecture I'd pick, but it's certainly interesting. But this is just a perfect example of the Postgres community as well. It's like Neon got launched, top of Hacker News. People losing their mind, can't wait to move. It's not even been built yet. You haven't even seen what happens. I'm sure they'll build something amazing. But the point is you don't have database problems or how to manage big databases if a brand new database is that immediately appealing to you. Like, you can't trust these things. Cockroach again is interesting, more of an architecture I wouldn't choose, but more on the Postgres compatible side. There's just so many companies doing Postgres right now. I wonder if it's going to kind of pull the community in odd ways and odd directions. Who knows?
Yeah, I feel like we had this to an extent in the React community where everybody was playing with React-like things and React support in things. And ultimately what ended up happening was if you weren't building around React in a meaningful way, you kind of just died.
Yeah.
And I feel like a lot of what I'm seeing is trying to figure out which horse to bet on between MySQL and Postgres, the same way it was like Vue versus React back in the day, in a way. And Vue is a phenomenal project. The success it has had in like the Eastern world in particular, the amount of effort put into localizing and diversifying the like documentation, resources, and community early on have resulted in Vue winning in places that are not like primarily English speaking American or like European even countries. And even in some European places, like Vue took over. That said, Meta's engineering and design of React made that work, scale, and flexible in a way that almost any company that's bet on it has stayed on it. There are very few stories of companies moving off of React. There's enough of people moving off of Vue to React or other things to React. I think that Postgres is very Vue and MySQL is very React in those ways. Just the people who designed it, why they designed it, the modularity of the designs, and how that affects your business long term.
Yeah. It's analogy that I don't fully understand, not being a front end. Like, I don't quite understand Vue's kind of approach. But when it comes to React, for example, being made at Facebook, it works at scale, right? You know that a real company of real people using it. Similar to Oracle building MySQL, people still use it as a dig. I don't know why that's a dig. Like, no one can accuse Oracle of not knowing about databases, right? And they have support customers using MySQL and are building and listening to them. They are great stewards of MySQL. So it's not really a knock, but it is their development team versus whatever the Postgres open source team are doing, I guess,
Yeah, absolutely. How do I put it? Yeah, I'm struggling with like the framing for this one, but like there's two sides to it. There's the one side is, but you're not Facebook or Oracle, you don't need that scale. But the other is, what if you could get to that scale without compromising the developer experience? Maybe a more meaningful analogy that, again, I know you're not front end, so it might not like immediately resonate, but we've seen a huge revolution in front end and user experience developer tools for the last 10 years. Like, React has significantly improved how we think of and architect our user experiences. Not every user experience needs React, though. Not everything is a dynamic web app. Not everything needs the single page app experience. Like, my blog should not have a JavaScript framework running for it. Not necessary. Right. What about how do I put it? Like, what about the sites that do? What about those blogs? What about those like e-commerce sites that don't need the framework, but do need good developer experience? For a long time, we were forced to use older tools for those things because the new tools were built for applications, not for websites. And Astro came along to bridge that gap. It said, hey, look, we see all of the developer experience wins happening in the React ecosystem, happening in the like greater JavaScript ecosystem. We see Gatsby, we see Next. What we don't see is stuff that prints HTML and prints a good quality static website. Can we bridge this gap? Can we bring the developer experience to the performance of static? And I think that's a lot of what I see with Planetscale is, can we bring the developer experience of one button click deployed database to performant databases?
Yeah, it's a hard challenge, and it's a challenge that's only been possible by a lot of technology being built. And you're talking about like, is it okay just to use like a less scalable database because you're not Facebook or whatever? Well, yeah, I guess. I mean, if it really is just a hobby project, but if you have any ambition for your business growing anywhere, I mean, some level of scale, you're probably never going to be Facebook level of scale, but it's remarkable how put a few million users on a service or whatever, and things really start to go wrong. And then where is the developer experience? If it's not reliable, is it truthfully good developer experience? Like, it might be great for like the 10 minutes you need to like change a model or whatever, but then if it's waking up at 2 a.m. because it's down, because of operational maturity, I mean, no dev likes experience waking up at 2 a.m.
Absolutely. I think that one of my favorite railway quotes, and like the one that they use as one of their like marketing terms, is stop bringing your laptop to the bar, use railway.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I totally feel that. And like I remember like we had a really big customer start using Ping kind of recently, the Austin show. He hosts the biggest game show on Twitch. It's like well over 100,000 viewers live and millions after the show. And he was so concerned about people seeing the link or hearing about Ping before or during the show because of like, what if the site goes down because 100,000 people went to it to try and like see it like during the show? And I was like, we don't have to worry about that. Like, yeah, I'm sure a lot of the like people you've worked with before that built technology for your stuff had problems when the link leaked and the whole thing collapsed. We don't. You don't have to worry about that. We can have 1 million people show up at the site, make an account, and go live at the same time, and nothing's going to go wrong.
Right. And it's nice to have that assured. Like we have customers that have told us they just feel at ease once they know that like scale is factored in. That's great. I mean, that's a pretty awesome thing. If you can tick that box, it's pretty great.
Yeah. Really big part of, how do I put it? Like the way that we think about our applications like in this community as the T3 stack is functional, serverless, simple, stupid pipes wherever we can have them with something performant underneath that actually is like the brain, the guts, the data. And ideally, our application is as simple a pipe from what's in our database to something our user can see as possible. And I think that what we've seen with NextJS and Vercel and the serverless revolution, taking the benefits of Lambda and bringing them to full stack and front-endy stuff, I feel like so much of the win there wasn't realized because our data layers hadn't caught up yet. Like the idea of a serverless database is still something we are discovering now. And I'm curious how you feel about that in particular, about the role of Lambdas and serverless pipes in bringing the value and how Planetscale brings value to those users.
Serverless for us is not just how we kind of make our product look and feel. It's more of a philosophy, and I think it's very interesting as a term. It's obviously it's a slightly silly term, but what it really says to us is people shouldn't have to think about things they shouldn't need to think about, right? When we launched our product, you didn't see the word cluster or replica or all of these normal database terms because we knew we could intuit a lot of this for you and that makes the product serverless, right? And people really dig it. People really don't want to reason around problems that are opaque to them, like how many read replicas do I need, or how many vCPUs should I be choosing for my why when you log into these database products and they ask you to configure this stuff, I mean, unless you, even with database expertise, you don't know what it means. It's really difficult. People just want to write data, and so write and read data. So that's our mission, is to allow people to write and read data. And so delivering a serverless fashion is all about ease of use, is all about true scalability, and we can do really great things on behalf of our users. So for example, Lambda. People fire up a lot of Lambdas, they create a load of connections. You tell me what solution before we showed up was there if your database had loads of connection problems.
I first ran into that problem on Heroku because they have a 10 connection limit. And within 15 seconds of moving to Heroku, we hit that, just like in dev. I was very upset. So I immediately moved us to AWS, where they don't raw limit you on connections, but you're limited on the performance of your box that's making a lot of connections. And we survived on like a $50 a month tier box for a bit. But we were getting, I think we were at like 30 to 40% utilization. And I didn't want to ever worry about having to upgrade that box. That sounded like a disaster waiting to happen. Mm-hmm. And as such, I was looking into pooling options. Like, this is also a disaster waiting to happen. I don't want to have to think about these things ever again. Someone has to be solving this problem. At which point I found Planetscale after a bit of hunting.
Nice. So that's not talking about Postgres per process per connection. Terrible scalability. MySQL is a connection per thread, much better for scalability. When you talk to people about how they handle their connections with Postgres or other databases with Lambda, it's like proxies and all of this messy stuff, whereas we can handle hundreds of thousands or millions of connections, and it just works. But they had 2 million connections to the Vitesse cluster at YouTube. 2 million. And people can't spin up Postgres clusters with more than 10 connections on. It's ridiculous. Like I spoke to someone at a conference, and they were like, "We have terrible connection problems with Postgres." I was like, "Oh yeah, like how many connections are you hitting the database with?" And they said 4,000. At GitHub, without Vitesse, we ran 60,000 connections per server on just plain vanilla MySQL.
That's insane.
So we're going to this serverless age where people have to connect rapidly to their databases, and they can't handle these connection volumes. They can't do any of this stuff. It's really tough. So what we bring to the serverless world is the database is reliable infrastructure and handles a lot of this stuff for you and is horizontally scalable. And that is quite an offering. People want to debate and bellyache over whether it means scale to zero. Who gives? Scale to zero is not a priority, because if your database can go to sleep because it's not serving any queries, like, cool, it doesn't cost you the platform fee of $29 a month or whatever. But really, is that the feature you're coming for? That your database scales to zero? If you're doing anything, your database never scales to zero.
Yep. I've had a few sleep, but they were like weird performance things I never released. Even like a benchmark that I accidentally showed the URL for on stream once, that's going to be alive forever. And I'll have random spikes, especially with like the audience I have trying to break all the things I build, seeing how hard they can push things and how significantly they can break them just for fun. I'll have spikes where it's like 1,000 reads per second for a bit. Somebody found a new way to spam my APIs, and it's fine. It holds up. I don't have to worry about it. I go and add rate limiters eventually, but it's not like my business isn't going to crumble because I didn't plan to put a rate limiter in front of something. My business isn't going to crumble because one additional person opened up a connection and now all of the connections die because we're out of memory or out of RAM, or CPU cycles. Like, these things don't happen. I'm trying to find the like number of connections. Oh, here it is. It's in a different place in the UI. For a little bit, it seemed like you guys were going to start limiting number of connections, and it seems like that's been entirely backtracked. I'm curious a bit about like how Planetscale has thought of connection limits over time.
We try to make it as simple as possible for the user. The amount of connections you need can be served by us horizontally adding more VT gates under the hood, right? So if you're a large company and you need an incredibly high amount of connections, we can get you covered, and we'll work out how to do that for you and negotiate that with you. For pretty much everyone else, we aim to be able to serve the connection limit that you have, and we haven't had people exhausting them yet. So it's not something we have to think about much. I don't know if we should make a bigger deal of the amount of connections that are made easy by Planetscale. But it seems to be a thing that plagues a lot of people.
I think this is again like on the curve of like who are you targeting? You could definitely convince a lot of people who are near like the middle to top where they're running into issues and almost pitching yourself as an alternative to PG Bouncer. It's like you can set up a connection limiter and pooler, or you can never think about connections again. But branding yourself as stop thinking about X, start thinking about your data for those types of problems is very valuable, I think.
Yeah. Once you've run all that additional infrastructure, it's like, what are we doing here? Like, you're having to put a whole proxy in front of your database because it can't handle a trivial amount of connections. Awful. Again, and then people want to argue that it's more operable to do it that way. It's just like, what's wrong with you? The other thing I think when I see a lot of these new serverless databases is their features and the things people are talking about when they say on Twitter, like, I love this new serverless database. All of the compliments are essentially, this will be great as a hobby database for me. It scales to 0 or whatever. It's like, yeah, that's great. It's great for hobbyists. I have a ton of hobby projects, but is that really what a database provider should actually be optimizing for? No.
Absolutely agree. But on the topic of putting a proxy in front of your database, there is one way in which Planetscale has started doing this that is very exciting. I'd love to talk a bit more about DatabaseJS and the HTTP methods for accessing your Planetscale database, because this stuff is super exciting. I've talked about it a bit on stream already, but I'd love to hear your thoughts and like the strategy that led to us making these changes.
We got a lot of user requests for making it easier to connect to Planetscale without creating a full MySQL collection or using a full MySQL library. People use workers that don't allow TCP connections and need HTTP connections. I think I had this conversation with you in person at one point.
Yeah, a few times. I've been pushing this for a while.
And so we would deploy new edge infrastructure so that we can terminate connections nearer to users and give reduced latency globally. This was all spearheaded by Matt, who's one of our fantastic infrastructure engineers. And we were refactoring, making our infrastructure better, and we decided the best way to hand this to our users was with the DatabaseJS library, which means we make it trivially easy to get your data out, and you can embed that in whichever kind of Cloudflare workers or whatever without having to do full MySQL. And so we do a lot of that intelligent routing for you. It's terminated near you or near where the connection is. And people really loved it. I was so surprised at how excited people were. I thought it'd be like a decent launch. Like all of our launches get a decent amount of hype, but this one was huge. People just really love it. And so for me, it's super exciting to have another way that another audience can connect to Planetscale and leverage Planetscale.
Yeah, I hope that by now you would realize that if I push you really hard to do something, that's because there's a lot of need and hype around it. Yeah. I have a decent grasp of what the non-dev or the non-database community is looking for in databases, and you've solved a lot of our problems that we're dealing with every day. But now we're starting to see, rather than solving the problems we deal with, building for the future we aspire to. And right now, Edge is that. Edge isn't how many, if any, developers are shipping their applications right now. It's how we all want to be shipping our applications. It's the aspiration we have for as soon as possible. But realistically, it's been a huge challenge. All of the DX and the tools that we love to use, Prisma, is not Edge ready, and it won't be for a while. There are hacks like the Prisma Cloud Proxy, but those are hacks, and they're hacks that are exclusively hosted in US East 1, and I don't want a full round trip for my databases because I don't have a way to run a 50 megabyte Rust binary on the edge. And what I'm seeing with DatabaseJS is performance that in a serverless Lambda or even an Edge environment, the Edge spin up time, the JS runtime, and the network round trip time is great enough that there is less than a 5% difference between the performance I was seeing in what's it called? How do I put it? There was like, Sam, I think that we're getting a tiny bit of echo from you. I'll just be better about muting that on my side. No worries. Your gain might have turned itself up. I think that ping by default does that. So maybe just turn that down.
What about now?
It seems much better. Yeah. Thank you guys for the heads up on that. Yeah, you might want to move your mic a little closer to your face. That can help a lot with this one. It's a sensitive guy. Yeah. Anyways, I think that like what one of like the many things that blew me away with the DatabaseJS performance was like I was doing requests. Obviously, like I'm in SF. I'm pretty close to West 2. When I did a check against Redis deployment, I was getting like 100 to 140 millisecond times. And when I did it on my Planetscale instance, it was like 110 to 150. It was like a 10 millisecond at most bump for moving from Redis to infinitely scalable SQL. And the missing piece now is how do we get that performance to people all around the world? I know you guys are working a bit on this, but I'm curious how you guys are thinking about the read replicas, the Edge database.js layer, and generally how we get that infinite, like that absurdly fast read performance to all of our users around the world.
I would say watch this space. I think I could give you some guesses, and you wouldn't quite come up with the what's coming next for being able to do that. It's very Planetscale-like in the sense that it's high tech, and it's very innovative. We're never going to try and give people the right, like the kind of right everywhere around the world, like pretend database that a lot of companies are trying to build now. I think a lot, this is a hard user experience problem in the sense that we can't physically give people what they want when it comes to certain, like their dream edge database is like, I can write from anywhere in the world and, you know, you can, it just magically shows up elsewhere. Like that's not possible. There's databases that are trying to do that, you know, to meet the demand the community has. That's not something we are going to try and do. But we're certainly going to make the read use case significantly better.
I am curious about that because this is a thing I talk about and think about a lot. Obviously there's a huge compelling use case for distributed read, for like read replicas and making it as fast as possible to get data to your user. I feel like the use case for our distributed write is significantly smaller. Like I want the page to load and give my users meaningful content as fast as possible. If the loading spinner has to show for a little longer, or if the like temporary like optimistic update has to be a lie for a little longer, those are much, much, much smaller costs to me and like the experiences that I'm building than the cost of, for users in certain places, the page loads 4 times slower.
Yeah, exactly. Or it works for a small write volume. This is the worst of all scenarios. It's probably going to work when you're low scale. And then one day it's not, and then debug that and see how it goes. We can all reason about, we write to one place, it fans out either quickly or with some delay, and if it's with some delay, we shard out or whatever. But once it's like we write anywhere and 2 conflicting writes come in and some weird thing happens, or we're debugging some obscure distributed system that's allowing us to write everywhere, and then it starts to slow down, it gets terrible. Like serialized isolation is horrendous for performance, especially if you do it across any form of latency. So this is the more troubling, is people are going to believe this architecture works and believe that databases can act like this stateless infrastructure that is so good for edge delivery, and then they're going to really screw themselves over when it stops working. And that's there's no graduation curve there.
Yeah, that's just a death curve. That's like, you're lucky if the company survives from there.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, I see Otto in chat, actually. I definitely should put y'all in touch with him. Just, he is one of the most talented developers I know from like the Twitch in general, like software dev community. He's, I don't know how to describe him other than an absolute lunatic for all things performance and scalability. The quality of what he's built is nuts. He's the one fixing YouTube chat remotely, and also building like crazy, like, the Reddit like place game where you like paint on Reddit Live.
Yes.
Yeah, he built a clone of that himself just for like one big creator with like hundreds of thousands of users. And yeah, those types of problems I think are really good demonstrations, even if it's like a hobby project. Like hobby projects sometimes need to scale.
Oh, they do. I mean, and you don't know what hobby project's going to turn into. There's just no downside of factoring this thing in early.
Yeah, definitely get in touch with him if y'all aren't already. Good person to have playing with your stuff and breaking it regularly, and also a big fan of Edge stuff. Anyways, I'm getting started with the cool people hanging out in chat. I think that Edge data is going to be like one of the biggest like ground shaking things we're about to experience like as an industry, both because of like what you're describing where the gotchas aren't necessarily as apparent to people and they're not going to hit them until it's too late. Like the bugs with React and arguably like the current drama with use effects running twice is that annoyance hits you as a day one React developer. But if you get like once you've learned that, you'll never have to worry about React's like behaviors again. With Planetscale not having proper foreign keys because you're used to like that deep like modeling of relations, and getting used to having to manually index things is a small cost. And once you've done that, you will never have to worry about performance of your database again.
Yeah, I mean, the foreign keys issue is a little unfortunate that we don't support foreign keys. We support foreign keys, but not foreign key constraints because of how unscalable they are and how they make it difficult for us to do some of the magic. But it's a good sacrifice to make.
Absolutely agree. Yeah, it was scary at first. I definitely miss having cascading deletes to an extent, and Prisma's emulation layer for it is entirely broken. But like, those were small DX costs that have resulted in a significant like performance win. And there was a couple other things like moving off of like making migration files and just DB pushing and going all in on Planetscale's branching layer has been a really nice DX win.
Are you having audio issues?
A little. One person on YouTube said that they couldn't hear, but I think things are fine. I'm
getting a lag from you.
Interesting.
I missed what you said. I got nothing in them branches.
Oh no. Interesting. Things are fine on.
It could just be my internet.
Yeah, it might be. Yeah, there's a little bit of echo people are getting. I think that's coming from your mic. The gain might have went up again.
Hi, sorry.
No worries. There's actually one thing we can do to fix that quick. Let me send you a link. I really need to make this remote settable. I'll just DM you this on Discord quick. Click that. Turn off the automatic gain control switch and then refresh the call.
Okay, hang on. 1 second.
No rush on this. This is the streamer life.
Now refresh.
Yep. Cool. You pop right back in. Nice.
Hello.
Perfect. And now your mic's not auto gaining anymore. So you should be able to turn it down and have it be stable. Sorry about that.
Okay, great. No worries.
Yeah. If you want to run for a second, I have to run ads anyways and can chat for a bit.
Okay.
Awesome. See you in a sec. Switch to this view for now while he runs for a quick break. We're still going to keep this interview up. He just wanted to run for the bathroom quick. So yeah. I'm probably going to move us into both the business side of the convo as well as the like chat questions. So if y'all want to start getting some questions ready, please start sharing them both here and in the Discord. There's a suggestions channel. Reviving this thread for Sam questions. Just revived it in the suggestions channel on Discord. Free hats coming up near the end, guys. Don't worry. Not scamming y'all on your hat. Move this tab here and give a better eye on it. Yeah, sorry about the ads. Need to kill those pre-rolls. Ooh, the blog post summary. That'll be fun. Excited for that, Liz. Thank you. Yeah, we're going to do, I think we're giving away 10 free hats was the plan. Not positive about that, but pretty sure. Oh, Sam is back. That was nice and quick. Let's switch back to, here we are. That was fast. People are getting hyped on the hats.
Oh, the hats are rare and wonderful swag.
Yeah, y'all killed it with those. You've definitely set a high bar. I've been trying to figure out what our first ping, or not ping merch, we have that, but first like T3 and like Theo streamer merch is going to be. Very excited for that.
Merch is tough. It is not easy to do good swag. And I'm very happy we landed on something that people like, that is simple.
Yeah, the hat is great. The jacket's awesome too. It's like one of the nicest jackets I own. I love it. I would have worn it for this, but I'm already overheating. You can even see like the fan in the corner here, just barely keeping me alive.
Yeah, it's pretty hot here in SF.
Yeah, I am looking for questions just to make sure I didn't miss anything big. I definitely want to dive more into the CEO and business side of things, though. I think that as much as we talk about the dev stuff here, this is a unique conversation in that we're both CEOs of venture-funded companies. We both have a good amount of awareness of the space. Obviously, I went through Y Combinator and have a bunch of companies that I'm friendly with there. You even more so. Are you still with Sequoia?
Well, I did scout investing for Sequoia. I also do my own investing now. So yeah, I meet a lot of startups, and obviously being in San Francisco and just at a startup myself. Yep.
Yeah, I know you've always had a really good like idea of like the current pulse of things in the startup world, and yeah, things are a little chaotic right now. Y Combinator just announced the like size of the S22 batch, and it was about half the size of the last batch. We had obviously a huge change in how fundraising has been going, but there's also a lot of these companies that raised a bunch of money, maybe didn't find product market fit, don't really know what to do next, and are just kind of like hanging around and slowly dying. I'd love to hear more on like your thoughts of the state of the market and startup land.
It's very interesting. There's a lot of I think there's a lot of zombie startups around at the moment that got funded in a market and environment that probably doesn't exist anymore, or may not exist for a while. We saw a lot of toys get funded based on just like user traction, or like this library everyone loves, or you know, like this small niche terminal editor that's built with web technology.
I know the specific one you're talking about, and I know a handful of people who have like had to have quite the rescues to find jobs after that.
Yeah, so I don't think that was a specific one that I was talking about.
Makes it even funnier that there's multiple.
And you know, these companies got funded. They probably have 2-3 years of runway now, and no clear path to building a real company that will make real revenue from enterprises. And so it means there's a lot of strange noise. And there was a lot of strange noise last year with a lot of these experiments and companies getting built. And I think it's going to get very painful and be a slow death for a lot of businesses as they try to build something that will sell. I think a lot of dev tools companies that got founded have not internalized that 80 to 90% of their revenue is going to come from enterprises. That is a lot of work and takes a lot of building a business to get there. And in a market where companies aren't buying as much and there's a lot of churning and froth, again, that's something that's really, really tough to do. I am very happy to be working at a database company. People need databases. They need better databases. It's a core part of their infrastructure. But if you are working on ML for dogs, probably got some trouble ahead.
What you're saying that like in a market downturn, people aren't going to be spending more money on researching dogs via a super expensive cloud infrastructure and more expensive like database or data visualization engineers?
They might have to burn the runway a little. They might have that 2-year runway they've got. They might be able to spend on some cloud infrastructure, but I think a lot of speculation is going to come crashing down.
Yeah, I think that's a part in particular that's missed is like the process going from open source to company to selling to enterprise. That's a long journey. And there's a lot of things that have to happen in there. And not many projects are built in a way that you can turn it into a company, much less into a successful enterprise selling to enterprise customers. I think Vercel even has struggled here, where they started with NextJS. They made it easier for hobbyists to deploy their NextJS. And now they're trying to figure out how to like keep users from graduating off of Vercel. And that's like the challenge they're stuck in now. Like for Vercel to continue its success, they have to build in a way that keeps enterprise customers from leaving and keeps their money from leaving with it. Whereas Planetscale is very much the problem was solved as an enterprise open source solution. A business formed around that solution to make the actual deployment of it easier. And since that solution is already bought into and adopted by businesses and like larger companies, the path forward seems to make much more sense.
Right. We fully aware that most of our revenue will come from enterprise customers. We are building solutions for enterprises. It works for customers that aren't enterprises. There's a kind of almost a trickle-down effect of us building really robust and awesome tools that work for large-scale deployment. It just makes it better for everyone else. And we're aware of that, and that's the business and the company we're building. There's a lot of, companies that don't know they're going there or don't know their market, and it's trouble.
Yeah, I would. If I learned anything from Y Combinator, it's that more companies are there than not, where so many start because someone had an idea, or especially like the tech company started because someone built this really cool tech demo or like theoretical thing, and now they're trying to make it work. And it's for obvious, like reasonable reasons, so tempting to go for like greenfield hobbyists, like side projects, those types of things, because that's the easiest place to sell someone on something new and groundbreaking is something that hasn't been built yet. There's a much higher likelihood you can convince them to adopt this new thing. One of the startup school talks I think about a lot, I can't remember which, it's one of the sales talks, but there's this fantastic like normal curve that the presenter shows in it, and he like breaks it down by customer types and their willingness to adopt like new or bleeding edge things. And he breaks down like this tiny piece at like the furthest left corner, the 1.25% that he referred to as the innovators, people who are willing to adopt something that isn't already an industry standard. Those people are more likely to be greenfield, doing like new projects and things like that. So those are going to be your first customers. Those are the people you're going to talk to a lot. And it's easy to rather than using them as a stepping stone, you fall into them as a well and never be able to get out.
I worked at a startup that our 5th customer was Apple, and I would never repeat that process again. Like, it felt amazing to land Apple, but they were that gravity well, right? They had us on terms that could kill our business at a drop of a hat if they needed to. And it was extremely painful, and those can be a gravity well. And again, it's not hard. It's another graduation curve. How do you graduate from the right users as your company grows and gets bigger? And it's not just about whether your product works for these enterprises. Can you sell in a way that they can adopt? Is it a tool that can actually be useful? There's also tools that don't fall into any of this that are just revolutionary from the outset, and companies will buy it regardless. And that's things like Figma. Figma is just an incredible piece of software that from day one was just transformative. I think any enterprise on earth was happy to look past anything they didn't have to use it in-house because it drove people so crazy.
Interesting. I hadn't thought of that. Like I obviously am blown away with Figma and think a lot about it, but I haven't thought of it before in that context. The idea that if the software is so good, the enterprise will change how they do things to make that software come in, because otherwise they're going to fall behind. Like if your designers want to use Figma and they can't, they're going to go somewhere they can.
Yeah, there's just some tools that come out that are that good. I don't know if it's still true, but I think Figma barely discount their software. There's just no need. Who's the competition? It's just so incredible.
Yeah, I don't even know how much Figma costs because, like, if we have to pay
Nor
for it,
do
we're
I.
just going to.
Correct. That's the point. If our design team love it and it makes them happy, you buy it, right? That's how it goes. I love it. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, how realistic do you think that is for most companies? Do you think that every company should be striving to make something that's that loved? Do you think companies should like be realistic when they aren't going in that direction? Do you think that you can succeed without doing that? Like, how important is it?
I don't think you can build anything good if your goal is being loved. I think all of these great products and features that have been built previously were built by someone obsessively wanting to create something that seems right. And they happened to be so right that everyone loved it. Right? Like GitHub didn't plan on being the world's platform for code, but they wanted to build something that was great for developers to use. And the rest came from there, right? And I think Figma saw a fundamentally different way to collaborate and be creative and then just build it, and it happened to be dead right, and so it's this kind of strange circumstance that often some of the greatest things are produced from a desire to create something fantastic, and it happens, and the world kind of obsesses over it. You can't do that deliberately. I don't think it's a lot of it's accidental.
Interesting. How
Like
much?
they know it's going to be amazing. It's going to be good. But at the end of the day, I don't think the Figma team sat down and said, we're going to build the greatest enterprise business in the world. They probably thought we have to build something that designers love, and that is fantastic for them. And it grew out from there. They obsessed over exactly who will be using the product, and it turned out to be fantastic. And then they built a wonderful business on top of it.
How much of that do you think has to come from the mindset being shared between the creators and the customers? Like, one of the super helpful things for us at Ping has been that I'm a creator and the majority of the employees at Ping are streamers now too. Like, we all make content, we all experience these problems and feel them every day. And I don't think we could make a product as polished and great as we have without that.
Oh yeah, you have to know. It has to be you. That's the only way you can build something with taste, is if it's something you truly appreciate, right? And so getting in there and doing this is a fantastic way of doing it.
Yeah, I have seen companies succeed without understanding their like space that deeply. Like, I know one company that started doing like tours for like vacations, and they pivoted to tax compliance because they were having so many annoying tax issues that they figured they could like invest more heavily in that. And they've had a pretty successful pivot and been doing really well. I think that there are industries like tax compliance, like HR, like these other things that are kind of boring, where you can succeed if you're not building in that super focused, passionate way because the team is super passionate about that problem. But there's always the risk that a Rippling is going to show up, or a Planetscale is going to show up, or a Ping is going to show up that is powered by the people who do really care about the things that they are building, and that's why they're doing it. And that passion, like a team of 5 passionate people will beat a team of 100 people that lucked into their positioning.
Correct. That's why we have such passionate people internally. We have debates. People feel very passionately about what we should produce. Databases brings a lot of opinions, that. But the passion that these people bring, people can't rival, right? Like, I know at other companies, you can tell from the software they're building, they have a set of unempowered engineers that can't even find their passion because they're crushed, and they just sit and have to be told what to do by a product or project manager all day long, and it makes it impossible to be passionate. Some organizations are so chaotic that being passionate about your work is a complete negative to your health. You feel like everything your work, why commit this time? It's going to get cancelled in the next VP power shuffle or whatever, and it makes being passionate impossible. I want to build a company where being passionate, drives you forward and lets you push. And like we talked about Edge, I mean, this is one guy, sorry, DatabaseJS. This was one guy internally passionately advocating for us to take an approach and running it down. And that to me is great. It gives people the ability to be creative.
Yeah, this is why I left Twitch. I have talked around it for a bit, but I sent an email to the CEO of Twitch the day I left that said basically exactly this. It's when I joined Twitch, being passionate about creators and the problems they have was a point of success for my career. I felt like I got more buy-in, I got more opportunity, and I had more success at Twitch because I cared about creators when I joined. And by the time I left, it was hurting me. The fact that I cared about creators and stood up for what they needed and like went out of my way to build important things for them actively and consistently hurt my ability to grow career-wise at Twitch. And it was when it flipped from being a strength to getting in my way that I realized I could not have the impact I wanted to at Twitch anymore.
Right. I hate that feeling.
Yep. And then about 3 months after doing a demo of the product that we were building, they started cloning us. So it shows a lot about how they do actually care about the creator problems once they realize they're going to lose market share to them.
And it's sad that takes being forced.
Yeah, I would have loved to build the things creators needed at Twitch, like for the creators, but they didn't want me to. And that's why this company exists now. And that's the killer that...
It's a win for you in the long run.
Absolutely. But it felt like shit in the short term. Like there's no worse feeling than committing so much of yourself to this thing that you care about just to realize they're mad at you for caring. And there are so many companies that don't recognize that specifically the fields and the things they're in require that passion. Like creator companies need that more than anything. Like Twitch is a vibe more than it is anything else. And as that vibe dies, the company dies with it. And they are losing that. And it sucks to see as a fan. And I think that...
So where are people migrating to? Where do people go?
So there's a lot of different ways and places. Obviously, the big one right now is YouTube. There's more and more people who are having their contracts bought out by YouTube to stream over there. One of the big like pain points for Twitch creators is due to how Twitch's monetization and like culture works, Twitch does not make money unless you are live streaming at the moment. Their VOD culture is just non-existent. People don't go to Twitch unless they're watching something live. And even if they are watching like a VOD or an asynchronous video, there's no ads on that. So Twitch requires you, when you sign a contract, to stream a minimum number of hours every month. And it's usually an absurd number, like in the hundreds of hours, where it's like XQC, who's the biggest streamer on Twitch right now, 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. Insanity. And that's necessary to succeed on Twitch. Whereas on other platforms like YouTube, my live stream will have like 1,000 people stop in during it, but then the video stays up and it gets 10 to 20,000 views after the fact. And that's where my ad revenue comes in. That's where a lot of like the community engagement comes from. It's that longer term asynchronous engagement method. And as such, first off, YouTube doesn't require anywhere near the same number of hours streamed per person, which is a huge incentive for people who want to do more well-produced content, like interview shows like this. I couldn't do this if I was streaming 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. I stream 4 hours, 1 day a week. And that's why I can do a well-produced show like this. And because of that, because of the production quality I can get out of my 4-hour live show, we can chop that into 5 to 7 YouTube videos after the fact.
Doesn't YouTube hurt people, though, in sense of the algorithm and punishes you if you don't publish constantly?
Twitch hurts you 100 times more.
Ugh.
Yeah, Twitch, you actually cannot make money if you're not currently live. People are saying they're hearing the echo again. Did your gain go back up slightly, maybe?
No, I don't know how that's happening. Right, what about now? Sorry, everyone.
No worries. You might want to move your mic a little closer. That can help a lot.
Sorry, I keep pushing it away.
Tiny bit quiet. Might want to bump it back up a little bit more, and it should be good. But yeah, echo is one of the hardest things to deal with.
Now? What about now?
That sounds way better to me. I'm not seeing any echo. Perfect. Yeah, cool. We're good now. Sorry about that. Anyways.
No what?
The content grind is weird right now. YouTube, you definitely don't do as well if you don't post videos often, but you can always revive a channel with one good video with a good thumbnail and title. Like any channel, you can have a brand new, never posted on channel, post a good enough thumbnail and title, share that link in one place that it's slightly relevant to, it'll catch and just slowly grow really hard.
And Twitch is just constant churn, like constant grind, it sounds like.
Specifically, there is no discovery on Twitch, so there's no way for me to just be on Twitch and have people show up. My audience on Twitch, there's a little bit of that because I'm literally like the top of the software dev category. So if your favorite streamer goes offline and you want to watch software dev, you might go to the category to see who's live and you might show up here, but it's very unlikely. My audience comes from Twitter, Discord, and YouTube, and I bring them to Twitch. It's a funnel. I'm trying to start at that top level, like the places that there are a lot of eyes, and funnel them into Twitch where they can contribute a lot of money and have this more involved, engaged experience.
Amazing. What a world. This is all stuff that I have. It's a complete different. This is I have no knowledge of this at all.
Yeah, this is the stuff that I nerd out about every day. I'm such a geek for content creation workflows and how these things are changing. In particular, live to async and how we make live content engaging in a way that like I can have this conversation with my community and we all have a great experience. And then I can chop this into parts that I upload on my channel that go viral throughout the month.
What was the figure? So the last stream we did seemed to get like lots of people. Where does it rank on your success of streams or YouTube?
So specifically because I didn't do an edited version, because when you came on, that was right when I was transitioning off having a full-time editor because he was moving to work at Ping as like sales community person. So I never did a proper edit of that stream, which hurt. Not a ton, but it did. As I go back, yeah, it's sitting at 8,800 views. The video I published yesterday that's been up for 1 day, 11 hours has 26,000 views.
So it sucked, man.
No, it's not that it sucked. That was months ago. My channel's been exponentially growing, like any other video from that time. So if we compare it to other streams around then, I wish it was more easy for me to screen share this. But if I compare this to other streams around the time, I had one of my the first like live stream VODs to blow up was my building a web framework one. That one only got 6,800, and you like did significantly better than that. Then I had the one with Astro that was 2 weeks later only got 3,500. So of my OG interviews, of my first like 3 months of interviews, absolutely was the top interview. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay.
But then there was a specific moment where I did a collab with Primogen, who is another live streamer that does tech stuff. I think that he was, I don't think, like, he is inarguably the first content creator dev that had like more senior, like technical content that wasn't like, you're a brand new dev, come watch me and learn how to code your first app, but also had really high production quality, where he like made a ton of content before he was ever doing software dev stuff. He was really into like making funny video game stuff beforehand. I think that him and I kind of showed up as the first people who cared enough about production quality and more senior content to make this new like senior dev content landscape.
It is amazing to me how this is a whole new era of how people learn about software. TikTok being another one. People are getting into coding and learning these things from TikTok. It's fascinating how there's almost an era of the influencer happening inside tech and the tech community. Really fascinating.
Absolutely. I think that TikTok's more like what YouTube used to be, where it's very junior focused. Like neither Primogen nor I have had any real success on TikTok because there just aren't a lot of senior, more like experienced developers hanging out on TikTok looking for content. Whereas on YouTube, we've had surprising luck. Like I know a lot of developers who are in like their 40s or 50s who don't watch a lot of YouTube, who started to watch my videos and now they see every single one. I don't think that there was enough of a reason or honestly like an opportunity for that before. And I don't think TikTok's providing that so much as a new entry point for someone who might not have thought of or written code before. What I see us as like filling like the hole for more than anything is COVID killing the lunch conversation. One of the things that helped me grow a ton when I was at Twitch was being a little junior engineer, hanging out at the lunch table with two principal engineers from Amazon, battling it out about some crazy database architecture stuff I didn't understand at all. And being able to just be there and hear those conversations and ask stupid questions and learn a whole bunch from it was so empowering. And it's a huge part of why I'm as successful as I am now. That disappeared with COVID. Like the average engineer doesn't get to sit down at lunch with a bunch of smarter people and hear what they talk about and learn from all that. And a lot of developers never have that because they live in the middle of nowhere. They don't know if they're good enough to be a dev yet. They don't have their first job. they just go and obsess over code stuff because they love it. And what Primogen and I are providing in these communities is a place for those developers to have those lunch conversations, to talk about these things they don't fully understand but are starting to. It's like we're the first time they can choose to be in over their head and learn in those ways. And I think that's very different from teaching you how to build your first React app. The fire hose of information this channel represents is meant to be brutal, because that is what I experienced as a new engineer, and I want to provide that for others.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's funny actually that, imposter syndrome sucks. A lot of people really suffer from it, but I think in some ways joining companies with amazing people and feeling like I just didn't have a clue and I just had to figure it all out was a really great way of learning in the long run. It's just kind of being part of all that coming together. That's the one thing I liked about Facebook, is there was always someone smarter. There was always someone more specialized. And it's humbling and pretty awesome to learn from these people.
Absolutely. And I started this because I missed it when COVID ended, or when COVID started, and like we lost the office, and then eventually I quit Twitch and I lost the Slack channel, and I have a place to have these conversations. I wanted that more than anything, so I built it, and it turns out thousands of others were looking for it too.
That's awesome. I do miss the office. We're a fully remote company. We don't have a proper office, but I must say I miss it. I mean, if I could magically snap my fingers and have everyone at Planetscale in one place in an office seeing each other all the time, I would do it. But I'm much happier that Planetscale employees can live wherever they want in the world and live the lives they want to, live, and be flexible place to work as part of that. But there is something irreplaceable about an office, especially for creativity.
Yeah, absolutely. But for creativity, for involvement, absolutely. But there are opportunities that I would argue shouldn't be exclusive to an office that are due to like culture and like the experiences that exist. And I like to think we're breaking a lot of those down.
Tell me some of the opportunities.
The lunch conversation is one that I think totally died, and we are now replicating here. The networking opportunities, like meeting new, more senior engineers and talking to people who use similar tech and understand like the things that you go through. Like just like being able to say something like just going to one of the channels in my Discord and saying, man, use effect sucks. And 5 people will be like, oh my God, tell me about it. And like having that relatability and the shared experience. Obviously, like if you're in an office around with other people doing the same things, that is ideal. But not having an office shouldn't mean you can't have that feeling of not being alone. And an office can help, but not everyone has access to that. I want to make sure people who don't can still have those awesome experiences and still feel like they're part of something bigger than them. I think that's what a lot of the junior devs are missing beyond the imposter syndrome. It's the feeling of being part of something.
Yeah, I think that's something really important. I think that's why tech and open source is so tribal, right? I think, community is so important to us. We're so lucky that we work on something that has communities, right? Like our tools, the companies we love build communities around them. And it's pretty a special thing. We're very lucky to be in this industry in general, but those kind of things make it extra special.
Absolutely. Like I come from music and skateboarding, and those have that as well. Like very much so. Like they're very community focused, but they don't have the financial success even kind of. Like you can't raise millions of dollars on a cool skateboard trick, but you absolutely can off of like cool new technologies and the lively, like I kind of moved from music and skateboarding to tech for that reason, is it had that same vibe without making everything else feel unattainable.
Yeah, there's almost punk rebellious culture to tech, and a lot of current culture bleeds into what we do as tech. It's pretty amazing. And obviously, yeah, there's great things to build, money to be made. It's a phenomenal place to be.
Absolutely. I do want to take the opportunity to get to some questions before you have to run out. There have been a lot of really good ones in the Discord. So chat as well, start asking some questions. Before we do that, is there anything we didn't talk about that you wanted to get to before we dive into Q&A?
No, I think we can go to questions.
Fantastic. Let's do it then. So one I actually really like, and I'm curious about, Dean asked, What takes up most of your time in the day? Like, are there any things? Is there anything you're working on to change about your day to day?
My day-to-day evolves a lot. There's generally keeping on top of things. There's a lot of things that go into just running a business. We obviously, have to keep operating a healthy business. We have to understand the metrics that we are growing towards and the future view of building a very, very successful company. So there's a level of kind of always learning, evaluating, going through kind of the day-to-day and keeping an eye on important things. That takes time. There's keeping on top of kind of the rhythm of running a company. We have all hands, we have performance reviews, we have regular meetings, we have board meetings, we have, just the things that I keep track of. A lot of my time just goes on what the biggest problems are. As your company grows, you kind of fix something and then it breaks. And I don't mean just technically, I mean like organizational structures or process or things just kind of don't serve you forever or for the next phase of your growth. And so then I really like to focus on those things. I prefer to work closely with people and get an understanding of what they are here to do and what their expertise is and how we can best have them fit into the company. So I spend a lot of time collaborating with folks. Like right now, I'm working very closely with the marketing team, who are a wonderfully amazing, creative, talented set of folks. And it's not like going to them and saying, can I have a project plan for this or whatever? It's like, how do we get the things you want to do prioritized and make them happen and just try and be part of that team. So I spend a lot of time with a lot of our teams on the teams, and that involves you have to do work, right? Like if you're going to pitch in and change stuff, you have to get in there. And so I try and be a collaborative member of the groups I'm working with. That takes a lot of time. And just generally things that come up, big customers, customer conversations, and trying to make sure that we're thinking years ahead. Right now, I've kind of got our end of 2025 goal in my head, and now I'm trying to work backwards of what it takes to get there and whether all the moving pieces will be in place and what depends on what. And you got to make sure you're zooming in and out of the right levels. So it takes a lot of time doing all these various things. And some days I just want to have a quick feedback loop and ship and deliver something. And other days I want to spend a lot of time thinking and just talking through ideas with people.
I feel that particularly hard, like the constant rotation between at like a higher level making sure things are moving, and then at a lower level just like thinking absurdly deep about stuff. I feel that every day, and the balance is tough, and I'm still figuring it out myself.
It is a tough balance. There's a lot of context shifting. The way my times and the days have now shifted towards being certain days focused for certain things, and then and try and spreading it out across the week instead of just like reacting to whatever comes up.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. One question that I've actually had come up from a couple of people that I thought would be really big into Planetscale. There's one piece of pushback. I'm curious if you can guess like what the AWS people who are interested in Planetscale, except for one thing, what that one thing is.
It's not foreign key constraints.
Nope.
I'm not sure.
Secure connections.
Oh. What specifically?
Because they run everything through AWS, they can use like SG and VPC, like direct connections to RDS like locally, and there's no network latency. There's no external risk of the connection method leaking. It's all on a private subnet within AWS directly.
So there's a conflation there between secure and private.
Fair.
It's very secure to connect to Planetscale from anywhere in your AWS. Now, whether you want it private is different. Now, you can deploy a large part of Planetscale into your VPC. we call it cloud prem. This is we didn't invent that term, but it's a term we have. And so if you are a certain type of customer that wants that, you can have that. We will deploy Vitesse on Kubernetes into your infrastructure automatically. It will still feel like a SaaS product, but the data plane will be in your environment, and you can peer with it from your other VPCs.
Interesting. I hadn't heard about that. I'm curious both like how common is it that customers are asking for this and doing this, and how big do you think it is for Planetscale as a whole? Is it something that you want to focus on? Is it something you think people are overly focused on themselves? Where do you stand on this?
Say that last piece again, sorry.
Like, where do you stand on the on people pushing to have like private subnets for all of their stuff? Do you think it's like, do you think that this is necessary? And do you think, and are a lot of companies asking for it?
They want it, but not because they just want private subnets for their infrastructure. They want to make sure their data is managed inside their AWS account, which I think is a fair ask. I think as time goes along, people are not going to care as much. I think this new generation of people who are serverless, I don't think it comes into their, decision making. So if you think about when we talk about the cloud, people used to say, well, I couldn't trust someone else's infrastructure, or that old saying of like, you have to know how everything works. And it's like they would always like be some neckbeardy type that's like, you don't understand what these higher level abstractions are doing for you. And nor do they really, if we're honest. There's some abstraction level you just don't get and whatever. And so as we moved into a cloud world, people have started to trust the cloud, and we're about kind of 25% through, and people still want control of certain things. And now we're shifting into people trusting just third-party services. And I think as time goes along, people will hand out a lot more of that trust. And I think that's the right thing. I mean, people in the GitHub days used to tell us they could never possibly host their source code on GitHub. And I used to explain, there was a huge Git vulnerability. And we were in a sales conversation with a customer. I was like, I bet you're still running the vulnerable version of Git. Whereas we rolled out the non-vulnerable version of Git before this was actually disclosed to the public, because we found it very, very quickly and patched it for the entire world having a SaaS product. And I think that's where things are going, right? Our security team obsess over securing databases and giving you ways to connect to your database. We make it impossible to connect to Planetscale without it being encrypted. But I understand how some customers just don't feel secure in having their data hosted anywhere else, and compliance and PCI and all these other things come in and factor in. But I think it's going to shift over time. As how many services do you think you've used to build your business?
I used to keep a list and I stopped because it was annoying to manage the list. It was over 50 at the point.
Yeah, I bet it's way more as well now, right?
Yep.
Like your HR tooling. It's just this stuff is getting spread out even more, and as long as the companies you're buying from have some level of trust or certification, it's fine. But I get it. I mean, and this product, this way of delivering this product has been awesome for enterprises because they get SaaS feeling and all the benefits of SaaS, but the data lives in their account and they get what they want there.
Yep. I totally see that. And there's so many like good points in here. Like security isn't just a spec list. It's not a bunch of features. Security is investment. It's engineers whose job is security. It's staying on top of everything. It's not just like you can support these things, therefore you are secure. It's not you have encryption, therefore you're good. It's kind of like running your own email server right now. Like you can do it. You can make all the specs happen, but there's so much that goes on underneath that you're kind of screwed if you're doing it yourself. And it's not that you can't, it's that you probably shouldn't. And the things that I'm hearing are reasons you should are misunderstandings that suggest you absolutely shouldn't.
Right. Security is an ongoing challenge, and there'll never be anything but an ongoing challenge. And you can take it all on yourself, or you can trust other companies to deal with it. It's also a developer experience problem. If you make it the easier way, the less secure way, people are going to take that path. So if you have products that are better at security and help force people to do things the right way, or no, actually don't force them, inspire them through better experiences, they will do it.
Absolutely.
I remember when we were at Microsoft, when we got bought by GitHub, they talked a lot about security, and you had to go through this convoluted like Microsoft account set up to get like everything set up. And they had an executive onboarding where if you were like a VP, you got to go to a room and they onboarded you. And I said, why are we doing this? I can sign up. And they were like, it was so bad that the tool is so bad that people don't do it if we don't make them join the meeting and actually. Did I say Microsoft got bought by GitHub? Sorry, GitHub bought by Microsoft.
I think you said. I think you like lightly dropped a word. Like it was when like Microsoft when they bought GitHub, and you just missed like one tiny word. I understood. I think it's fine.
Sorry, I was reading chat. And because people wouldn't do it otherwise, they had to put a meeting on people's calendars to get them to sign up for their Microsoft account. And this is a standard team that goes and does this for everyone that gets acquired. And that shows how bad things can get. And if you make them that bad, then are you really more secure if people don't bother setting up 2FA because it's too difficult? Crazy.
Yeah. Oh God. I hate that. I hate that the right thing is often made harder without good reason. That's always been a thing that I've seen and been easily frustrated by.
That's why it's an experience problem.
Absolutely agree. I am seeing one question continue to come up, and I want to make sure we get to it. What's the inspiration in the history for the hat? Like, who made it? How did it happen? And where did it come from?
Katie, I don't know if you're ever going to listen to this, but I think Katie was the inspiration. Katie at Planetscale. She had a spreadsheets hat that is it's green and it says spreadsheets on it. And she, she's our data nerd, and she was wearing the hat. And we kind of took inspiration from that. We worked with our design team. It was like a few people. It's like no ideas come from one person, right? It was like a few people suggesting whatever. And we came up with the word, and we just got them shipped, got the right style coming together, and people seem to love them. I mean, I didn't imagine this would be our like kind of most successful swag, but here it is. It's great. I mean, when I'm in SF, I've had a couple of people even ask me about that hat, like where did you get that hat and whatever, and I explain. It's nice. I'm glad people like it. Simplicity sells. It's like a clear, concise message is very powerful. Some people have really tried to ask me to explain why it works. And I just can't. I just say, I mean, it's like I've explained to people like, but they're like, but why the word database? Like, what is it about that word? And it's actually quite difficult to really break it down for someone who doesn't quite get it. I think a lot of it is it's a combination of like the power of the word. Like database is a really good word. I think it's like the base at the end. It's like a powerful like wrap up at the end there. It's very readable, very statement like. I think that for merch, the period actually works really well. I know for the meme it didn't, but for merch, it's like that is a statement, and it's clear that the statement is there. It is complete. That is all you need to know. With the Twitter trend, I think that it was less focused on a statement, more focused on the simplicity and accessibility, which is why they dropped the punctuation why I dropped punctuation for the trend. I just wanted I had a tweet that was HTML is pretty cool that I did on the Astro account. I had my Planetscale hat that I have right here. I was thinking about it a lot because it is a phenomenal hat. And I realized that my HTML is pretty cool tweet had way too many words. So I tweeted again, just HTML, all lowercase. And that took on from there. But absolutely, it's like what you're saying with like the spreadsheets hat influencing this hat influencing one of my tweets, that influencing others to do similar tweets, and then me ghostwriting a bunch too, hitting you up and telling you to just tweet SQL on the Planetscale account. And now Biden's tweeting democracy. Wild. The memes of our culture.
Yeah, it's hilarious how these things grow. And it's been very fun for me to discover all of these things like in the wild world as they happen. One other question I think you'll like, what's your barbecue setup like right now?
Oh. Who knows about barbecue? Okay, my barbecue setup right now. So I bought a Traeger, which I think is cheating because it's not like it does everything for you. It's extremely automated, but it's good. I'm still practicing and learning. I also have a grill that I love for searing. I basically am building this kind of outdoor cooking setup with pizza oven and whatever. But yeah, I did recently buy a Traeger, and it's amazing, absolutely amazing. Matt, who did the DatabaseJS project, was the one that got me onto this because he's been smoking, and yeah, super into it. Love it. I'm gonna be smoking way more stuff this weekend, I think.
Sorry, my cat really wanted to say hi quick.
What's your cat's name?
This is Murphy. He's the loud, fat, annoying one. My dummy cat over there is lying on top of all of my papers on the other side of my desk, but Murphy wanted to come say hi.
Good to meet you, Murphy.
He's a good boy. A little fluffy, and now I'm covered in cat hair. Anyways, I'm making sure I didn't miss any of the like really good big questions. We should probably get the link ready for the hat drop in the next few minutes, just to make sure we have
it's
that ready.
ready.
Oh, it is ready?
It's fired up. We've been warming it up. We've got people ready to drop ship the hats immediately.
It's time to do it then. Let's drop a link.
Okay.
I see Taylor here. Are they the best person?
No, I'm going to send you the link in Discord.
Perfect.
Oh, fuck, that's an ugly link. Hang on. Magic link.
An eye for
here
that.
We go. Give me 1 second. Behind the scenes here. Go.
Perfect. Add command. Give away. Actually, I'll do hat. Go sign up. Cool. Now there's a hat command you can enter for the link. You can go sign up there. Is it this like the first 10 people get it?
Yeah, first 10 people.
I did not know it was going to be that aggressive. Okay. I thought we were going to do a more traditional giveaway. That works.
Oh, we can do more, but like,
yeah.
It's a limited edition drop, so 10 people have to go.
Okay. Well, we'll do that for the first 10. We can do a more traditional giveaway for the other 5. I can set up Fossabot for that super quick. There's a giveaway. Active users. I will. Let's see. Open. Let me keyword phrase this. Give me a hat, please. So what we're going to do is a traditional giveaway for this, since those hats were gone that fast. So if you did manage to get one of those 10, please do not participate in this next giveaway.
How long did that take?
Seconds, probably. So what
that's our new record. I think we did 20 in about 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay. So what we're going to do now instead is I'm putting a new copy pasta in chat. Give me a hat, please. Copy paste that message, and everybody who enters it is going to be entered into the giveaway. Keyword phrase, no entries yet. Why is that not working? Is Fossabot breaking? Keyword, fuzzy match for case insensitive, regex is not supported. Why is this not working? No, I'm going to do one last try. We're going to change. I'm just going to make it active user. So say the message again. Everybody, if you already said it, say it again. The giveaway is now. Yep, cool. Now it's working. Sorry about the delay on that, guys. We'll let this go for another 2 minutes or so. Everybody who says, give me a hat, please, in chat will be entered to win. And we'll roll. How many more do you want to give out to the people doing the giveaway?
Let's give another 10.
Sounds good. Cool. The speed at which the new people are showing up is insane. We have 150 or so far.
By the way, if you don't get a hat from this drop, there's other ways to get hats. Become a Planetscale user by signing up at planetscale.com or follow our Twitter account. We randomly message Twitter followers with hats, and we also do random hat drops. So if you miss this, make sure you follow us on Twitter.
Cool. We're at 183 people entered so far, 185. We'll call it at 2:55. It gives you guys one more minute, and then we can roll and get some winners. Rad.
How many people are on the stream, Theo?
Right now we have 450 on Twitch and another 100 something on YouTube. Let me get my live stream. My YouTube view keeps breaking. 165 on YouTube as well. So about 600 total.
My favorite is the person that thinks I work at Superbase. They keep getting Planetscale and Superbase confused.
Love that. Very
Great
similar goals, very different directions.
I wouldn't say even similar goals, but I do like Superbase. I won't say anything bad about Superbase at all.
Interesting. Cool. I'm going to run the giveaway now. Y'all can chill with the chat spam. We have 210 people who have entered, and I'm going to roll. First winner is... Does this print out in chat when we have winners? Is there any way I can get this to announce? Cool. I'm just going to drop the chat names of everybody I roll. Cool. Sent to that. So Sheba's the first person. Reroll. Simbad is the second person. Reroll. Lovaki is third. Reroll. I'll get a screenshot at the end of all the people who won. 4.
And I will send you it. I will.
5. 6.
If you're sensitive to strobe lights, I wouldn't look in chat. It's just flashing like crazy right now.
Yeah, I would imagine. 8, 9, and the last one is Casper. So ideally, y'all will have whispers open, so I or somebody from the Planetscale team can whisper you with your link. If the message isn't from me, Sam, or Taylor, then I would wait till you get it from me. Yeah. I just got a custom link, so I will, after the show, make sure all of you guys get a whisper DM with the link to that. Those are all alts. How do we know those are all alts? We don't. That's... Y'all are jealous. Go open 5. Well, sorry, guys. The random hurts. That's how random works. One of my favorite stories ever was Apple changed their random sort algorithm for their playlist shuffle, because sometimes shuffle would play the same artist twice in a row, and people thought it wasn't really random because of that. So they adjusted the random to not be true random, so it would feel more random. Yeah, people don't like.
Well, there's that XKCD comic about the random number. Have you seen that one? Get number is guaranteed to be random, and he's rolled the dice and just embedded whatever the dice says.
I do love that. I have not seen that XKCD. I'm definitely going to go find that one. I know that there's for a long time, a lot of random math was being done via a video feed of a few thousand lava lamps, because lava lamps are supposedly truly random.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fun, crazy one.
Oh, yes. Yeah, no, I've seen that. Someone's posted the...
Oh, yep, the return 4, chosen by a fair dice roll. Love it. Well, that was awesome. Once again, I want to ask, is there anything we didn't talk about here that you were hoping to talk about, or that we'd go more in depth on?
No, I just want to thank you for having me and say hi to all of your audience. Like I said earlier, if you want a hat, follow us on Twitter. There's plenty of opportunities to get hold of the hat. Before we stop doing them, we will not do them forever. There'll be something new. We will see what's next.
Very excited for it. I appreciate you immensely. This is such a fun conversation to have. Obviously, I'm super hyped on all of the innovation going on in database land, with data on the edge, with all of the new ways to connect with it, and just generally the way that Planetscale has worked with the community to do all these cool things. Just because I'm not a big database or SQL nerd doesn't mean we can't have an awesome conversation about these things, and I do love that.
Correct. Thank you, Theo, and thank you for being such an enthusiastic member of our community. We do really all appreciate it, and it's always great when we see in our Twitter channel your name pop up. Everyone gets a kick, so thank you. We're really happy to be here.
Appreciate it a ton, man. I'm going to move to the BRB for a bit so I can wrap things up here, go take a quick water break, and cool off in the AC room for a second, and I'll probably be back in 2 to 4 minutes for everybody who wants to keep watching here. See y'all in a minute.
Bye.
Sup, nerds? I'm back. What a show. I see people asking when they get the whisper. I'm going to do that after the show. I'm just going to go through my chat history and go DM all of y'all. I am sorry I don't have a better, organized way to do this. Turns out planning these things is difficult. But, yeah. Y'all will get your whisper soon. End of the stream. Sorry about that. Sub count is a little bit lower. I haven't set up my laptop yet for my monitoring stuff because I was just focused on the show. Let me get this all going. Oh, y'all heard the meow. Yeah, he's being super loud. I just went and fed him wet food thinking that would shut him up, but I swear it's just made him louder. Might have been one of the two types he doesn't like. Didn't check the can. Picky ass. Anyways, let's get this guy moving. Yeah, that fan isn't enough at all, but in the other room there's a big AC and another fan going, and this is less like the replacement for, or like the main fan, more an attempt to get decently not melting hot air into this room. I can close all these. Wrong button. Close. Sorry, just making sure I don't accidentally leak or dox. What else do I have open here? Nothing too critical. Nice. That's unusual. Well, something I do have to do is get the new YouTube thumbnail fast. So let's switch to the camera reference scene. Get a quick nice pick for that. Let me hop into Affinity real fast. Yoink. Mirroring the camera to face the interviewee is a nice touch. Yeah, thank you. I came up with that a few months ago, and I'm very happy I did because it definitely helps more so than I thought it would. It's a cute touch, but I like it a lot. File, open recent. Yoink. 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 Sorry, I have to make my new thumbnail because YouTube. Save as downloads. Control-Shift-S, export. Hop to YouTube. I hate how hard they make this. Databases. JavaScript. Mixed drama. New thumbnail. It's bigger than 2 megs, so I have to downscale it. God, YouTube makes this so hard. 720. I should have screen shared this so y'all can see what I'm suffering through, but I just wanted to get it done fast. Sneak in. No, that's the wrong file again. Let's go to downloads. That time it worked. Cool. Inserting an ad, so don't have to worry about that. On YouTube, I guess that Twitch is properly saturated ads-wise. Nice. Let's switch over to my screen share. Nice. Wrong hotkey. God, I suck at my hotkeys today. Yeah, I missed a lot of chat. Sorry, guys. Let me catch up quick. Gifted, then converting is cheaper during September. Thank you, Bruin, Nate, Nick, my good friend, for all of the clarifications on these things. Someone behind me. Yeah, Mark is also my roommate, and since the door is cracked, y'all will be seeing more of that. Yeah, thief. If you blow, fan's more effective if you blow hot air out the window. That makes sense. But then I'd have to open the window, and that will be a ton of hot air and also noise. Not things I want to deal with. Anyways, I owe a lot of people thanks for a lot of subscriptions. This is going to take a bit to go through, so early apologies. Diego, Lebowski, Visceral, JD, all with the resubs. I appreciate y'all. Visceral with the tier 3 resub. Extra appreciate you. We got Flippo, Brehen, and Miru Baby, all with the 1 month resubs. Appreciate y'all. A bunch of primes as well. Troccoli and Aussie. Appreciate you. Obviously, Dragon's Ubu's been around forever. Always appreciate the resubs. Good seeing you, man. Ants, Skillful, Safe Node, Chefsky with the 10 gifts, and this was not all he gifted. I know there was a lot more there. 128 gift subs during this hype train that I totally missed. Sorry for that. Minx with the gift sub to Nexel. Appreciate that a ton. He definitely deserves to have a subscription. We got Deva with the tier 3 resub. Appreciate that, Dev. Always good to have you here. We got GitHux, Fault in Our Stars, and Checks, all with the resubs. God, you guys are making it very hard to scroll through this when you're also gifting a bunch of subs. I have to go down before I go back up. Chill. The Devo, or I already said Dev, and these guys with the resubs. Bot Cooper with the 1 community gift sub just to test if his credit card's working, I'm sure. We got Ghost with the Prime resub. Cooper with the additional test. We're calling you Lemonade because these letters are close enough that I'm calling you that now. Thanks for the Prime sub. Commander Queso with the gift. Still love your name. Still great to have you here. Odirogi. Nerf Twitch. Wes. I need to just make this bigger at this point. Oh no, don't tell me that broke the scroll. That's unfortunate. Oh, I lost everything. Are we into last stream? We can't be into last stream. There's a bunch of gifts that weren't here. Let me refresh it. Cool, yeah, we're not into last stream yet. Yeah, we got Chesky with the gifts, Minx with the gift. Yeah, we got all these guys. Justin with the 5 gifts, Jude Boy with the gifts, Jones, Austin Dev, Patrick with the 5 gifts. Here's the one that was missing. Jiraj with the 100 gifts. What the fuck, man? What the fuck? Appreciate that a ton. Thank you so much for the gift subs. Absurdity. 100 gifts. All of the gift subs, I appreciate a ton. Alejo always gifting more and more. Insane. Justin with the Prime sub, and then immediately 5 gifts. Y'all are crazy. We got Dax with the tier 3 resub, triple site, and then that's the line. Ricardo with the Prime, and Point with the resub, looking for the hat. I think I got everybody. Let's go back to the top and everything I missed when I was doing that. We got Code Lebowski. I think I already thanked you. Regardless, appreciate you. Diego, Reese's Peaches, and then a bunch more gifts from Cooper and 2-time Dev. Y'all are insane, but I love y'all. Thank you guys so much for the gifts. As always, RT Weaver with the Prime resub. For those that don't know, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can link it to your Twitch account for free and get a free sub every month that you can give to a creator like me. If you're not using that, you're throwing away free money. T3 not GG. Clever name and the tier 3 on it. Is this an alt account somebody just made to give me more money? I appreciate you, especially tier 3ing on an alt account. Weird takes. Lol. Is this the anti-Theo? I like T3 not GG. I've always used not Theo as the anti-Theo, but T3 not GG is very clever. Yeah, we're at 2,500 subs. We were at like 2,800 last stream. A bunch of gifts expired, but still absurd. Created 28 minutes ago. Yeah. Murphy, why are you screaming so much? Murphy, what's up? Oh no. Oh no, now I know who it is. Did you spell caffeine wrong too? That makes it better. Practically aggressive. This is pretty hilarious. Good troll. This is Ben. It has to be Ben. It's the only person who would do this. I have my mixer hat. Let me play into this a little bit. There we go. Theo, the mixer streamer, ready to go. This is one of my favorite pieces of merch I own. I haven't had enough good opportunities to make jokes with this hat. I will eventually, but there needs to just like I need good material. I used to wear it into all my meetings at Twitch, which was fucking hilarious, wearing a mixer hat to Twitch meetings, especially like because I got it during the shutdown. Partner contracts. If that's the thing that gets me suspended, that would be so hilarious. Oh, I didn't check the tweets on that account. Oh no. Oh no. I think I'm just going to retweet this one and not engage otherwise. This has been around for... How long have you been doing this? What the fuck? We're in August. How long have you guys been putting effort into this? What the fuck? I appreciate the effort. The diagrams are probably the best. Like, this is... I did not expect this. I did want... So the community parodies have been pretty on point lately. There's one other I have open in the background here that I wanted to pull up. A new boilerplate that you can purchase. Very excited. As of today, you can launch your high-impact SaaS using Meteor. The Angular first, testing ready, fully integrated boilerplate for building your new full stack application. There is no better way to get started building your app today, except for every other way you could get started. But that all aside, this is without question the best way you can spend exactly $1,017 on a template. There's some incredible testimonials in here, but obviously like all of the different types of testing and all the other things you may need included. Meteor includes all of the best vanilla JavaScript and testing ecosystem tools for the foundation for your SaaS. And the testimonials are incredible. My favorite, slightly biased, comes from myself. I purchased this using the company card to simplify the development of our new admin panel, and I was fired a week later. Golden testimonial. Can't imagine a better way to spend your money. Before using Meteor, it would often take me a day to scaffold new projects. Now it takes me 2 days, and I have no idea what's going on. Fantastic, Ben. Congratulations. Really proud of you. Only $1,017 today to get started. I love this. Great work, y'all. Very proud of this site. I'll link it in chat for anybody who wants to access it, share it. Otherwise, be proud of their work. Yeah. Sorry, T3 not GG. What the... Is this the new thing? I don't know how I feel about this being the new thing. As long as I can be T3 hot GG, we're good. Are there any products online that use Meteor? No. What? Oh, here's a really good idea. I don't know how possible this is. Would it be realistic to like reverse engineer how Wapalizer detects frameworks and do a few things? First thing is hide Angular. We shouldn't show this as using Angular, or not Angular, hide Astro. But I'd really love for this to have Angular come up, Gatsby come up, Squarespace come up, and whatever other things we could somehow get this to show. Like all of the funniest technology should come up in this list. Shouldn't be too hard to do. Find the Git repo where they show how the detection works, and then replicate all of the things it detects. I don't think it's just what you're importing from the CDN, because that's just not a reliable method for detecting things. It's a little more complex. It's doable, though, and it would be very fun if someone was to do it. Anyways. Should probably hit a marker button just to clarify that we're at the end of the interview and I just did some funny shit. I also don't feel like wearing headphones because my ears hurt slightly and my hair looks really good. Also means I won't be able to hear how bad the background noise is. But whatever. Y'all said it's not that bad. I have to check who T3 not GG is following. Y'all could do better. Y'all could do better. Come on. They're so much funnier you guys can follow. You're not following Angular. You're not following Firebase. Fine. Ryan Florence. Ryan Florence is fine to follow. But yeah, Firebase would be a very funny thing to follow. Oh no, he found it. Oh God, are you guys... Have you guys been working on this as a group together? It's a thing that's been going on behind the scenes. Yeah, you could spice up that following list. You're not even on like Ping's tier. By the way, I'm so proud of who Ping is following. This has been who Ping has been following since the beginning of this year. We have not changed this list. Yeah. Very proud that these were the things I was following on this account before the Biden thing happened, which is just makes it 100 times funnier, in my opinion. Yo, Gonsi, what is good? We're just going through funny Twitter memes, the usual. Somebody made this new guy named Theo.d.ts, T3 not GG, has appeared. You can do a much funnier name like TheoZoom.com. There's opportunity here. Oh, actually, before I forget, somebody asked, what's the difference between Ping and something like Zoom? Probably worth covering this really quick, even just for like the clip to show on other places. But the TLDR of what makes Ping better and different and so cool is the power of the, how do I put it? The power of the integrations and the quality that you get when you use them. So if you were to use something like Zoom or Discord to do a collaborative video, like if I was to have Gonsi on my stream using Discord, I would have to have him on Discord full screen somewhere on my computer and then use window capture or screen capture to get the video feed from that into my OBS, which is super unreliable. If a second guest joins, something else pops up on that screen, anything can happen and prevent that from being a good integration. On top of that, Zoom's goal is let video work from any device anywhere, not make high quality video that is consistent and reliable. For those reasons, what we built with Ping was focused on both how do we integrate with your software seamlessly and meaningfully, and how do we provide the highest possible quality when you're doing those collaborations. So the way Ping works is you join a room. I'm going to be on my webcam feed on my laptop here, so it's going to be a different angle than you're used to. I'm using a new embed workflow that we actually just built that I'm really proud of, so I can demo this a bit here. So I can click this button, the new slots button, and hit replace guest with Theo. When I click this, you'll see on the right where the embeds are, that guest gets updated, and now Theo is in it instead. And if I had that embedded on my stream, which I thought I did, it may have died. Let me figure out what's going on there. Give me 1 sec. Studio mode, guest, refresh. Yeah, that works. So now inside of here, we have 2 different feeds. One is my desktop feed coming from my camera directly, and the other is a Ping feed coming from my laptop going through the internet into a browser source in OBS. Because, and this is the real magic, when you use something like OBS with Ping, remind me later, you can create a browser source. So I'll make new browser. I will go back in here, click options, copy link, paste this browser source link. And now this source is an accessible transformable object in OBS as its own layer, which lets me as a creator do whatever I want to compose and build my setup. This level of flexibility did not exist in OBS before. OBS lets you do these things to an extent, but I can't control each video source because those are all a full screen thing that I'm screen capturing from. Ping lets you treat every person as a dedicated source and do whatever you want with them. Pretty cool what we've built. Very proud of it. Without question, the best way to do a high-quality collaborative show on a platform like Twitch. We're also very close to shipping high-quality video recording, which would allow us to record the exact video feed you send up that you now have like raw feeds of on the server for each individual user. So you have individual tracks that you can remux and do whatever you want to after the show. I think these workflows are essential, especially as more creators are seeing what I'm doing on Twitch and the way that we are repurposing Twitch content almost every day on YouTube now and on TikTok and these other places to maximize the opportunity and possibility. How do I put it? To maximize the quality of your content as you repurpose it, because the way you make your live stream might not fit perfectly for YouTube. It might not fit perfectly for TikTok or Instagram or these other platforms. But if you have the raw sources, you can have an editor or even yourself reorchestrate those to be much higher quality content that's more orchestrated for those specific platforms. We are hoping to make that possible with what we're building at Ping. And also, no, you cannot join my call. I'm going to close that now. Theodore. The banner image is great. Good work, y'all. Freaking nerds. You cannot join a live stream via GoPro on your yacht unless you have satellite internet and your GoPro is plugged into a computer. Watching 3 Theos is mesmerizing. Love that. Yep. Good take. I don't even see what you're replying to, but I know this is a good take. Yeah, the tutorial hell thing is real. I kind of want to make a how to get out of tutorial hell video. You know what? Let's start working on our topics. I have that one on the list, actually. It's the top of the list. I was already planning it. Too late to learn React. You don't need Kubernetes. Happiness is a CEO. There's a few others that I was thinking I wanted to do. Oh, guys, do you know what I just realized? Because there are imposter accounts, I now have an argument to get verified on Twitter. Thank you, guys. Keep it up. I want like 100 fake Theo accounts. If we get enough of those, they have to verify me or they get confused. It's like one of the best arguments you can make. So yeah, keep at it. Anyways. I kind of want to make another section, which is, I already have a concept section. I want to move a bunch of these to concept. Is there an easy way for me to, yeah, move to, oh, that's not the move to I'm looking for. Nope. This is more annoying than I thought it would be. Yeah, who are you building for is one that I've been putting off forever. I want to think a little more if I'm going to do it, like what I want it to be focused on. Somebody asked, how do I do video? We're using a third-party WebRTC provider, and from there, I dump all of the videos or bytes and chunks onto our S3 servers that I then transcode myself because none of the video infras are able to take WebRTC chunks and do anything with them. Trying to think. There's other topics I wanted to talk about. Somebody asked about integrating Crisp for noise cancellation. We have decent enough noise cancellation built into Ping already through the WebRTC provider. I don't know if it's built on top of Crisp, but it's fine. We're already having enough problems with CPU load for our users that adding Crisp or other things that increase CPU load is a little bit scary. Somebody asked if we would be willing to give you an enterprise demo call. Absolutely. You don't have to be fitting our, like, Ping's video infrastructure can be used for a lot of crazy shit that doesn't have to be live streams. We have, like, some of our biggest customers are using us for like doing internal business presentations. We're one of the best ways to embed video feeds in their unique software. So absolutely. There's a book a demo button on the website. And this doesn't just go for business customers. Anybody who wants to learn more about our tech, see if we can like integrate it with your services, solutions, whatever you're doing. If you want to do high quality remote video production of any form. Click this book a demo button. This will put time on my calendar. You'll end up in a call with me and my team where we will talk all about content production and video workflows. I am surprised when people haven't discovered this. This calendar is one of the best ways to get time with me because we care a lot about talking about content workflows, and whatever you're doing, if it's video, we're interested in it. Special videos for your investors that are shown in your app. Yes, this will make it much cooler to produce those videos in particular. Like one of the, how do I put it? Also, I have to change my title. Set title. What are we talking about? What are my topics again? Tutorial, hell, databases, remix, drama. Oh my. Cool. New title. Hopefully I'll get people to start clicking again. Oh no. Mean. I just realized I could use that account to tweet hot takes like with plausible deniability. Might be in touch with y'all later. Anyways. I was getting slightly distracted by something I actually wanted to respond to. A schedule after your current launch. Yeah, very, very down. Definitely bring whoever in. More than happy to have those conversations. Yeah, one of the things that I've seen work really well using Ping is using Ping as a remote recording workflow. So I could set up a nice, high quality, fancy OBS setup locally. I don't have it open here, but I could set up a fancy OBS with overlays, with transitions and all this stuff. Have somebody call into my OBS, record locally, and make a whole well-produced video in as long as it takes to record, because I'm doing all the production in OBS directly, and it becomes way easier to just chop those videos out fast. Yeah, LinkedIn's a shit show. LinkedIn's been a shit show for a while. Do y'all want to know what you've done to my LinkedIn? I don't know if I've shown you guys this before. Yo, Aaron with the raid. Appreciate you a ton. If we go to my network, at any given time, so I guess it's not showing the number because of where I have my camera positioned. I'll just hide it for a sec. Corner cam. 260 requests. Before I started creating, that was 0. Why do y'all keep adding me on LinkedIn? I do not want to be your connection on LinkedIn. I'm not interested. I don't use LinkedIn. I don't care. Please stop adding me on LinkedIn. Don't do it. Please. Anyways. Yeah, networking with your favorite YouTuber. Mine did not look like this before. It was pretty chill. I get 10 plus a day right now. It's bad. Yeah, thank you. Anybody who followed and didn't add, I appreciate you. Any reason you would consider making a Windows or Mac app for Ping? This is a fantastic question. We absolutely are. There's a lot of things you can't do in the browser that I eventually want to do, but the amount of flexibility that we lose as soon as we ship to desktop is absurd, and we are trying our hardest to be very conscious of that as we iterate and develop. We don't want to put ourselves in a position where we can't change the way we're building things or move at a moment's notice. And it's just, you cannot move that fast on desktop. Like you were saying, Electron. Yeah, we can use Electron. You cannot move it as fast in Electron as you can in the browser. We would absolutely not use Tori because we need good existing native integrations, and all of those are built in Electron. There's already an Electron OBS layer built for us. Why would we rewrite everything ourselves in Rust? Every time I've used Tori, the thing I wanted to use Tori for was really hard. I am, you know what? Maple just said, can we make Tori a banned word? Honestly, more and more leaning towards it. I have had horrible experiences every time I've used it. It's one of those things where benchmark-wise, it looks really cool. Features-wise, it sounds really cool. Actually using it sucks. If the thing you're doing is a web app that you want a native version of, maybe it's okay. But if you want to interact with file system, if you want to interact with devices, if you want to do any of the things that you're in a native environment for, Tori's not going to help there. Oh no, ping not GG. This is a scary one. The logo. Poor Bryn. I have to run an ad. I'm sorry. It's that 2-minute button. No, I don't want to move that. I just wanted to resize it. That's fine. Preact is fine. I used to use Preact a lot more for like in browser things. I wanted to avoid having a build tool. Now that it's so easy with things like Vite, I don't bother using Preact as much and just use React. You don't see ads because you're a subscriber. Subscribers don't get ads. If you're not already subscribed, you're seeing an ad right now, so I'm not talking to you, so I'll wait till the ad's done, and then I'm going to tell you why you should subscribe. Real J Seja, appreciate you at the Prime sub. I'm assuming that came from running the ad. Appreciate you subbing your way out. 6 ads, you're dying. I am sorry. Oh no, wrong keyboard. How do you prevent time wasters from spamming your calendar? Ad block term Tory. God damn it. Love it. I don't. I actually don't. I do a decent bit of investigation when new meetings appear. Oh, I just realized I still haven't turned my camera back on and nobody told me. That's hilarious. Yeah, I don't bother with making it so people can't fill my calendar yet. If I have problems, I will. I tend to do a decent bit of homework before all of my meetings, and I will cancel if it seems like this person has nothing to really talk about, or I'll hit them up ahead of time saying, hey, what are you planning on talking about? Those things tend to help. It got a hype train going because Mag just gifted another 5 subs. Appreciate you a ton, Mag. Thank you, or thank you again. I know you've gifted a ton. Oh, wait, I thought you had gifted before. My bad. Regardless, appreciate the 5 gifts. Means a ton. Oh, I was just something on my face, lol. Appreciate you guys for not immediately calling me out for hiding my cam. That means I could possibly do a less cam or no cam stream in the future if I don't feel like showing my face. That's actually good to know. I never will, but knowing I could. Sorry, one of my favorite, like, followers, I guess kind of a homie now, DM'd me, and I forgot to mute my phone, about how hyped he is on the parody accounts. They are pretty great. Y'all did good work on those. If you had told me like 3 to 6 months ago somebody was going to make a parody account of you, I would have cringed a bit and been like, oh god, that's going to be terrifying. And y'all made a very funny thing. I appreciate that. Fill my calendar just to ask for LinkedIn. God, don't give them ideas. Thank you, Enik, for the resub. Appreciate that a ton. And Domble with the additional 5 gifts. Y'all are going crazy with the gift subs. I appreciate it a ton, guys. Thank you all so much. The hype trains, the sub counts, let me Twitch tracker again. Because last time I checked this, it was nuts. Yeah, we're over the top 600 most subscribed channels on Twitch. How many channels on Twitch? I'll show you how many affiliates. So those are the ones who can get sub. Okay, there's 2 million active broadcasters, 27,000 partners, and we're in the top 600. For a show that's live once, maybe twice a week. Absolutely nuts. I am not top of the tech niche. I don't know if Primeagen is higher or not. But with Primeagen and Leon, they have a decent chance of being higher. And they probably are. I don't know how hard they farm subs and how crazy their communities are. Y'all, like, when you compare viewership and hours watched to subscriptions, it's not fair. Like, I have like half the audience size or less of all the people I just mentioned, and I'm competing with them or beating them out in revenue because y'all are so dedicated and so supportive. And I like to think well off. I hope, and God, I really hope this is not the case. Or that the opposite isn't the case. I hope that a lot of why I see this high return on my stuff is because the content is more senior focused. And as a result, a lot of the people who are hanging out here are higher earners than the average Twitch viewer by a significant amount. I hope that's true. I hope you guys aren't as broke as the average Twitch viewer and you're just spending all of your money on me. I don't need it. I'm doing fine. But if you are making a bunch of money on your engineering job, go nuts with the gifts. I appreciate it because I threw away a lot of money to do this. And it's also super helpful as I like figure out how these content workflows work. Cooper, now I'm scared. You've gifted so much. So if you're a broke college grad with no dev role, hopefully all the things we're doing here will help you get that first dev role and help you make a lot of money from it. And from there, hopefully you have things to give back, which I would love. Ooh, let's see. Does the how likely are you to recommend us to a friend or colleague survey actually give useful information? Yeah. Oh, the NPS rant actually could be fun. NPS rant. I'm gonna bump this up the list. The reason you're following me, I may not agree with you on some topics, is that I'm opening your horizons and ways of thinking in some ways and helping you understand stuff you didn't know existed. Love that. I hope most of y'all don't agree with me on everything. I'd be very disappointed if you all do. Do I have to use dark mode, guys? You're really going to force me? I don't like dark mode that much. I'll do it if I have to, but I don't want to. Where is... It's so annoying to get to as well. God, where even is it? I'm just going to hide this so y'all stop complaining about your eyes while I find the setting that is impossible to find. Oh, it was hidden under my notifications and settings. Cool. Now it's dark mode. There you guys go. Also, another 10 gift subs from 2-Time Dev. Thank you so much, man. You're at 30 in the channel overall. Insane. Y'all are nuts. Does that push us out to the level 5 hype train again? Have we ever had a hype train not make it to level 5? You guys are insane. $50 to 70% agreement? That's fine. Yeah. Strong opinions weakly held is a big part of my philosophy. That might be a good rant. Why I do hot takes. Strong opinions weakly held. That could be a fun one. 1800% on a level 5 hype train, and I missed that. You guys are insane. What's the percent on this one? If it'll ever show. It won't. Okay, I think I'm mostly caught up on chat. Think it's time for some rants. Need to make our content. Yeah, thank you guys for the congrats. I think we were at 2,800 for a bit last stream, but 2,600 is still nuts. Anything over 2,000 is unbelievable to me. Kubernetes could be a fun one. I think I'm between these two. Well, we'll put these 4 in for a poll. Next rant. Why I do hot takes. K8S. You'll actually know what it is. Tutorial hell. And too late to learn React. Make that a 2-minute. We got another raid coming in. FDA. Appreciate that a bunch, man. Thank you for stopping by. We're a community that mostly talks about web dev stuff. Oh, from Brazil. I love that. A huge portion of my audience is Brazilian, and a ton of my like favorite members of like the core community are from Brazil. So really appreciate that. Okay, I feel a little better hearing that, Cooper. We should try and get that closer to 20 to 30, which we totally can. But I appreciate the 10x. This knowledge makes you feel a little bit better. If you're using Firebase utilities, if you're using Firebase, you're not necessarily a noob so much as you've been conned. We need to get you off that. Let's get you on the T3 stack. There's no one piece of technology that using it makes you a noob, but there are certain like stacks and things you can buy into that suggest you haven't done like quite enough research or have just been listening to the wrong people. That happens a ton, but playing with new solutions is the best way to continue growing and keeping yourself from becoming a noob. T3 stack is the way of building that kind of got pioneered in this community. It's focused on modularity and specific pieces that let you build up full stack type safe solutions in scalable ways. We focus primarily around integrations with NextJS, things like TRPC, Prisma, NextAuth, and Tailwind. But overall, it's a simple modular full stack type safe solution for building applications. Really proud of what we're building there. Really proud of Create T3 app and all the cool stuff that we've done there. The T3.stack, I need to do more with the T3.stack like URL still. We'll get there. T3 for big backends. I don't think your backend can be... I don't think backend problems are consistent enough for that to be the case. I think that there is a general... do we have our winner yet? Cool. God damn it, you guys are making me talk about Kubernetes. Fucking Christ. Why do I let y'all do this to me? I'm just like formulating the Kubernetes rant in my head. Let me drink some water and then I'll do my Kubernetes rant. Suppose I was muted. I think we got another 20 minutes before I need to run more ads. So I will do this rant, then we will... Yeah, so we'll do this rant, then we'll run ads, then we'll do the next rant. Scroll up. What did I miss? DB caching, Open API validation, OAuth deployment without Kubernetes. So when I say you might not need Kubernetes, I don't mean you definitely don't. And a lot of this, like you probably do, but we're going to go over that. Yeah, we'll cover a lot of this. I don't know how much I'll be like screen sharing during this one, TBD. I also think I'm just going to be lazy and leave chat and things on the screen. I think it's time. Let's rant. Let's rant. Marker button. Kubernetes rant time. One last reset. I don't know why I just don't feel like talking about Kubernetes, but this is like an overdue rant, and I need to just get over it and do it. Whew. Do you really need Kubernetes? I don't mean that in like a harmful or negative type of way. I mean, seriously, do you? I find that a lot of companies are using Kubernetes because they think they have a complex infrastructure problem, and often they don't. They have a scalability problem. And by introducing Kubernetes, they're introducing infrastructure that has its own complicated like rollouts, architecture, and things to consider. It is a great solution for a lot of problems. And if you're trying to manage and deploy a bunch of servers at once, Kubernetes is hard to beat. I want to be clear here. I'm not saying Kubernetes is bad. I'm saying the mindset of every problem is a Kubernetes problem is harmful. I think Lambda and the magic of serverless function deployments through things like AWS, as well as edge deployments with Cloudflare and all of these new options appearing like Google Cloud Run, allow us to think about our code less as an infrastructure problem and more as a code and piping problem. Kubernetes introduces a lot of complex infrastructure to consider and think about as you're building your applications. And I don't think everyone needs to be considering those things. Honestly, and this is one of the most common problems I see, is a bunch of engineers come from a FANG company. Like they used to work at Facebook and now they're making a startup. So they assume because everything they've ever built is in this crazy like Kubernetes cluster, that they're going to have to keep doing that at their tiny little startup. And that's when I see these 4-person companies with no customers starting to hire infra engineers and like developer experience experts and teams to get them out of the hell they've created themselves by assuming they need to own all of these things. So a message I see a lot in my chat is, should I learn Kubernetes, or how do I learn Kubernetes? I want to be an infra wizard. I want this to be the thing I do. I want to go understand infrastructure. Or even simpler, like, hey, I'm building a side project. How do I set up Kubernetes for it? You probably don't need Kubernetes for your side project, but you might need Kubernetes for complex like structure problems with your infrastructure, if you have infrastructure. But what I try to recommend and push for is that you avoid adding infrastructure as much as you can. The less infrastructure, the easier it is to manage your application, the easier it is to build, iterate, and find product market fit with the things that you're building. Kubernetes is another one of those tools that by design is meant to slow you down. That is good if the problems you have need you to slow down and think about them. But if you're just taking code from a database, or you're just taking things from a database and trying to render them on the client, Kubernetes is making that way more complex than it needs to be. That's just the reality of how infrastructure technologies work. It's hard. Sorry for the person who's asking me to close the door. You have no idea how hot this is. The stream would be over if the door was closed because I wouldn't be able to keep going. I'm sorry. It might make the video a little more distracting. Let's be realistic. It is 90 plus degrees and I am dying here. Sorry. Yeah. Kubernetes is one of those things where you don't set it up and it's done. Kubernetes is one of those things that is now part of your business. You have to think about it. You have to build around it. You have to plan for it. And if you don't have a plan yet and you don't have the money to build that plan, you should be building around not needing Kubernetes. There are very few problems that can't be shaped as a serverless problem with enough effort. There are a lot that can't, like serverless is the wrong word. There's a lot that can't, like WebSockets. Those are very hard to run in a Lambda because you need a persistent, stateful connection running on a server. I think a lot of those things can be outsourced to other companies. I think that solutions like Pusher, Ably, PubNub are all great. We also have new ones like LiveBlocks and Hop appearing too. Those allow you to not be thinking about infrastructure and not needing to bring in Kubernetes. What about your data? How do I scale my database? Please don't put your database in Kubernetes unless you really know what you're doing, and even then be very careful with it. Databases are a scary thing to put under automatic whatever, because automatic means stuff is being created and deleted. You might accidentally have the wrong thing get deleted, and then you lose a database that hasn't replicated yet. Kubernetes is a scary place to put your database. So with all that, what's left? I'm a big company with a bunch of infrastructure that really wants a simple, like, codified way of deploying that infrastructure. Sure, Kubernetes and Terraform are good solutions for that. But the vast majority of problems are not Terraform or Kubernetes problems. They are software problems that we can solve in other ways. And generally speaking, if you don't have a team that is deep in Kubernetes and deep in these things yet, you should try to avoid them as much as you can. God, my face itches a ton. I'm sorry. I think that I'm having like a slight allergic reaction to the cats. God. Thank you for the hair compliments. I appreciate y'all a ton. Yeah. Generally speaking, Kubernetes should be the last thing you reach for rather than the first. It is scary. It is one of those solutions that comes with a lot of debt that you are eating. And if that doesn't provide a solution to a harder problem for you, you should probably pay someone else for their solution. If you need a database that scales, check out Planetscale. They run the Kubernetes for you. If you need WebSockets that scale, check out Pusher. They have the Kubernetes for you. If you need auth that scales, check out anything that lets you deploy it on serverless functions. And if you don't want to own it, check out all of the third-party authentication solutions that scale totally fine as well. All of the things that I see people reaching for Kubernetes for to like automatically spin up all of these boxes for all of these things, half of them are things you should probably be paying someone else for. Half of them are things a Lambda could do. And maybe there's one or two where it's like, okay, fine, you should spin up a server for that. But it ends up being like one tiny box that doesn't even need Kubernetes often. It just needs a single like Docker file thrown on an RDS instance because it's used to run cron jobs. Generally, I want to be clear, this is very general. If you're disagreeing in the comments adamantly, it's because you're in that small group solving these other problems. There are great use cases for Kubernetes. I think we need to stop turning everything into a use case for Kubernetes, though. And on top of that, let the experts build and pay them for their work. People are saying Pusher is expensive. Do you know what's more expensive? Hiring 4 engineers to manage the clusters of your like Kubernetes deployments, trying to keep your WebSockets up and synchronizing state between each other. That is very expensive. Each of those engineers is going to be at least $200,000 a year. And until your business is spending enough on Pusher to compete with that, you should be paying Pusher to do that. Because the cost of engineers who know how to use Kubernetes and know how to deploy these things is significantly higher than paying someone else who already hired those engineers to use their services. I see somebody in chat mentioning that companies are allergic to vendors, so they use Kubernetes instead. Those companies are moving slower, and they're choosing to move slower and spend more money to move at all. One of the advantages more clued-in people have is they don't have to do that. We don't have those strongly held beliefs that everything should be on our VPS, everything should be hosted by our engineers in our Kubernetes clusters. We being companies that aren't one of the big five, like anybody who isn't Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Google, or Microsoft, we should not be playing by the same rules they hold themselves to, because those services have infinite money, effectively. And what they're doing is survivable because of their infinite money. We don't. But what we do have is more knowledge, more flexibility, more agility. And that's how we see these smaller companies challenging these monoliths, because they reject the belief that since Google used Kubernetes, we have to as well. It's more, since Google is using Kubernetes, we can move faster than them because they can never move faster than their infrastructure allows. We can do whatever we want. That is powerful. That is what makes startups successful, is the ability to move in ways bigger companies cannot. That's what makes anything other than bigger companies powerful. And hell, that's what makes small teams at big companies powerful too. When I was at Twitch, we ran our own full stack for our marathon stuff because the stack at Twitch did not work well for what we were building. Eventually, we flattened that into the Twitch stack once the Amazon acquisition went through and everybody's doing AWS. But for a long time, we went out of our way to run our own parallel stacks, like a mini startup within Twitch. I think that's a huge part of why we could move so fast and build the crazy things that we built. I very strongly believe that smaller teams that own their ways of doing things, that aren't being told you have to use something as big and heavy as Kubernetes, you can build in the way that makes you move the fastest. That will allow you to, this is the thing we're going to be talking about a lot more in the channel now. It'll let you find product market fit much faster and much more securely. If you invest hundreds of thousands of dollars in Kubernetes infrastructure and it turns out you built the wrong product, even if you're at Google's size, your team can't easily move to the right product because you've invested so heavily in this particular thing you've built. And that sunk cost sucks. And the more you can reduce it as you find product market fit, the better. If eventually you're at a point where the product's making so much money, where all of the like cost is going to these third-party vendors because you're not using Kubernetes locally. Like, let's say you're spending $2 million a year on third-party infrastructure, and if you hosted it yourself, it would be $100,000 a year. Cool. That gives you $1.8 million to spend on engineers to lower that cost. And at that point, you do it. But very, very few companies are at that point where they have $2 million plus a year of spend on third-party services without way too early moving things over to something like Kubernetes. I say this a lot too. If we are successful at Ping, I'll have to hire someone like Primeagen to come in and unscrew all of our bad, slow, serverless function JavaScript code and make that something more performant, more scalable, just generally cheaper. But the cost there isn't the infrastructure. The cost there is Primeagen. Hiring Primeagen right now would double the company's monthly spend. And that's not realistic for us. That hopefully wouldn't be realistic for most companies, is that huge cost until you are spending enough on your infrastructure to justify that. That crossing point is rare. And I feel like a lot of engineers don't see it because they don't think in that way. I'm realizing now we do have to diagram, which means I have to hide the overlays. Let's hop into Excalidraw. Stream. And we're going to draw the company success curve. Make this green. And here's a company succeeding. I just realized that's doing the hard stops. Let's switch that to be the curves. Yep, here comes the hockey stick, as a bunch of people are saying in chat. Correct. Here is a random theoretical company trajectory. This is a company that's like growing and then suddenly is growing exponentially. You succeed, you're doing okay, doing better, better, better. Suddenly it starts to ramp up and it goes nuts here. There's a point here where, let's say, so this green line, this is the money coming in. Let's draw cost. So this red line is how much our service costs us to run. We'll say that the baseline is cheaper, but like it starts here. It's going to be more expensive. But as users go up, the cost goes up significantly. We'll call this I have a good name for this. We'll call this the Firebase curve, where it starts out reasonable. We can even start lower if we want to, where it starts because their free tier is so generous. And what happens here is as our user base grows and our income grows, the cost grows too fast. So I'm going to put another line in here. And we're going to call this line the line of prime. This line is how much money Primeagen costs. You'll notice it takes a while to get to the point where this Firebase curve costs as much as a Primeagen. At which point, and I'll copy paste this below, the expectation would be you hire Prime, he forces you to, can I delete like points in this easily enough? I don't know if that's an option. I can, maybe. Here, we'll hit this point. And then I make new points. No, I probably can't. Whatever. We'll say it goes like this. And then when Primeagen joins, you're able to lower your infrastructure costs significantly in order to turn this profit into a bigger profit. The specific point I'm trying to make here is curve this spend when your income is high enough and your like users coming in are high enough that not hiring this person makes it too expensive. Because right when you hire Prime, I should probably actually document this part, your costs actually go up a whole bunch. So we'll call this the the point of prime when you hire Primeagen. And at this point, you're choosing to increase your costs significantly, knowing that if this was a good hire, it will go down significantly, ideally pretty soon. Technically, actually, I should be clear about this. You can't go lower than the point of prime. You can never beat out how much like he's cost and how much money you're paying him. So your actual like cost is going to go down, but it can't go below where he is. You've set a new bar. When you're not using a Primeagen, you don't have a super like infrastructure and optimized focus engineer, your baseline can flex a lot lower. Firebase's free tier is absurd. When you hire people like this, you're increasing the amount of money your company is going to spend every month, guaranteed. You're raising this floor up. If by raising that floor, you can lower the ceiling, it's worth it. If the time you're spending is closer to the ceiling than it is to the floor. When you hire someone like Prime, you are reducing how much spend you theoretically can do, but you're increasing how much spend you absolutely have to do. And those increases suck for your business. And if you're trying to build a sustainable business, you have to be very careful about when you make those decisions. The problem that I see a lot of engineers running into is they're not thinking in terms of business. And when they are, they're thinking of their labor as free. Most developers don't realize how expensive their work is day to day. And they'll think, oh, but I've set up 15 Kubernetes deployments. It won't be that much work. I'll go set it up. It'll take me a few hours. But then you're dealing with it for 5 hours a week every week. And that's productivity time I'm losing as your boss. That's context shifting that you're doing all of the time. That ends up making it closer to 10 to 12 hours of productivity I'm losing every week from you, a very expensive engineer, now focus on this deployment. So it's so important to recognize your own bias of, but this thing would be simple for me to go do quick, and recognize for you and people like you, sure, but you and people like you are expensive, and you have to be responsible when you're running a business. Yeah. This is going to suck to stitch up. I probably should have planned this rant ahead a bit better. Shout out to Limit and to Des for all of the hard work in editing these longer form videos, as well as Mir, who has been killing it on the shorts lately. I don't give y'all enough love. You guys are working really hard to make this channel viable. Appreciate you guys immensely. Yeah, this content's important, and I want to talk more about like tech decisions, not just as like which technologies I like, so much as how these things affect your businesses, the things you're building, and how they get to product market fit and succeed. Those are the conversations that I don't think we have enough in the tech space. We're thinking too much about what the coolest and most fun stuff is and what makes us proud of our work as engineers, not about how the work we do as engineers brings value and delivers it. And I want to be more considerate of those things. The proliferation of third-party services has allowed us to build things faster in a more agile way and find product market fit faster. But you do have to be considerate of how expensive like those services get, and make sure you find the right point to hire engineers and move you off of those things. That all said, that point is further along than you probably think. Anyways, thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure you like and subscribe if you have not already, and leave a comment letting me know you made it this far in the video. Super appreciate all of you guys, especially if you're here for the more businessy content. Although I clickbaited you with the Kubernetes, I know that. It's the only way you're ever going to watch my shit. Thank y'all. We're not done with the video. We're not done streaming. Don't leave, y'all, nerds. I know what you guys do. We're not over. That was just the end of the rant. Cool. How was that one? I know it was a bit all over, but I feel like I commented, or I was able to wrap it together okay and made some important points in it. Love having you here, John, by the way. If anybody isn't following John already, please do. One of the best music streamers on the platform. John Wayne, great producer. If you don't listen to him, you're wrong. You've probably listened to something he mixed or was involved with in some way. Oh, no. Oh, no. 18 minutes ago. Guys, don't need to go that far. Yeah, John's the homie. It's great having him here. It's a new account. They're trolling. Hair tutorial. We need a lot more subs for that. I think NextJS is terrible and you should avoid it. And I don't feel like ranting about it. You don't need Kubernetes. Let me... Fuck. Let's see. Notes. Done. 9/7 is the date. Way out of your depth, but your girl watches novellas without subtitles. Love that. I know exactly who did the account. I'm not gonna give them the credit of saying their name, but I know who it was. Yep, Sean, that's a pretty concrete solution there. Yep, cost would be lower than hiring an engineer. And by the time the cost is high enough that you should hire an engineer, you can do it at that point. They might be a little grumpy. They have to port a bunch of old code off a service they don't like, but it's way cheaper to pay an engineer to do that than it is to hire them too early. Not live. Live closed captioning is very expensive. I could see us doing some post-production stuff in the future. Chats or Twitch. This makes sense. I wrote code at Twitch 4-ish years ago that suggested they've wanted to do this for a while. I'm not surprised that they're doing that. If you already have a powerful box... Yeah, Planetscale is not about how powerful it is or how well it scales. It's about the DX, the reliability, and the resilience. It's very good. They should be allowed to work outside their software dev jobs. Yeah, varies a lot. I don't think Twitch is dying to YouTube. I think Twitch is just dying. I don't think serverless JavaScript lambdas are bad. I think they're great. I just think that you get to a point where they're not perfect and they get a little expensive at a certain scale, at which point you move to something else, which might involve hiring an engineer to move to that other thing. They need to pay for Planetscale. You're a real business, yeah. Or you just want a bunch of branches. Not talked about the remix drama yet. We'll get there. It's not too dramatic, but it'll be a fun one. Don't know if that'll be videoable, but it will be rantable. What I've been thinking a lot about, and I'm curious how you guys feel, how NextJS really works. Half because the title's clickbaity and could work well. Half because I think a lot of people are misunderstanding Next. Best practice. Best practice or ship fast as a junior. Build a lot of stuff. Yep. What are you saying? I store logs in. I missed that. Bot. Yeah, I described server-side props in one of my remix videos, funny enough, which is why I want to talk about it a bit more in depth. Oh no, are they still going? On this topic, actually, something important that I haven't mentioned before, and I absolutely should have. I have a new channel partner to announce that I'm very, very hyped on. And I want to be clear, this isn't a sponsorship in the sense that they're not paying me. They are giving me the service for free now, which is nothing. It was $5 a month, and I didn't even want that. They did it. But as y'all know, there's one service in particular that we use pretty much every stream. And this is a service I love because it gave me something I've never had in my life, the ability to sketch. I have the worst handwriting in the world. It's like embarrassingly bad. I am genuinely insecure about it. Like almost got held back in 4th grade insecure about it because my handwriting is that bad. But there is one service that makes me able to enjoy the power of opening up the browser and sketching something out that's in your head. And that service obviously is Excalidraw. We've been using it pretty much since my first stream. I just did this diagram here using it. Phenomenal software. Genuinely love it. I think it's important to shout out the quality that they're doing and kick a little back where I can. Excalidraw Plus, which is the service I use to have all of these scenes managed, have grouping, have sharing, have like collaboration, all of the power for like the way I use Excalidraw wouldn't be possible without Excalidraw Plus. And it has been an incredible experience for me. I think it's like $5 a month or so. But as Maple just found in chat, the Excalidraw command, if y'all use my referral link here, you get 30% off for the first 3 months. So if you want to use Excalidraw, it is free. You can go to excalidraw.com and just draw things out there. But you have to manage the files yourself. You can't like easily like have an account and save those on the cloud. However, if you do want to have cloud, have saving, have all the things you see me doing in Excalidraw, it is so worth the $5. It's not even funny. Like it's cheap as hell for what you get for it. And I am pumped that they set up a promo code system for us. They literally built all of this for us to be able to promote and share Excalidraw on the stream. They didn't have promo codes. They didn't have URLs for it. They didn't have any of this stuff. And I am so pumped they did. Great crew. Huge shout out to the Excalidraw guys. Definitely use the link in here if you can. So when I started to help with my handwriting, it doesn't. It helps me feel like how others feel when they are handwriting, where you have an idea and you can sketch it out. That I never had before, because when I have an idea, the sketching is terrible. What Excalidraw does for me is lets me go from idea to a sketch, like hand-drawn looking thing very quickly and simply, as though I was actually sketching, which is incredible. And I am so pumped I have that now. I don't use dark mode Excalidraw unless I'm on stream and everybody bugs me to. I prefer to not. Thank you, Minx, for the pre-roll call out. For those who are here now, I'm about to run an ad. If you see the ad, that means you're not subscribed. Please subscribe. You get access to the sub-only Discord on the Discord server, which is a sub-only Discord channel on the server. Super fun place where most of my like chatting happens about content-related stuff. Hang out there if you're not already. You can link your account super trivially. And yeah, appreciate you a ton if you subscribe. But you're about to see an ad if you don't. So sorry for the ad. While that is running, I'm going to go piss quick. Should probably poll for the next topic. I removed the NextJS rant. The problem with the NextJS rant is I have to do a bunch of NextJS research in order to give that rant in a way that I won't have the worst comment section ever. And I don't want to deal with that comment section unless I've done the research. So let's, of these four, see what we're doing. Next rant. How does next work? How does next work? Why I do hot takes. Two minutes. Poll started. How is what a rant? I was going to hit the marker just to have that little marker set before the Excalidraw rant in case we want to like share that one later. Yeah. I will be right back because I want to piss. See you in a second. Sup nerds, we're back. Yeah, the YouTube stream's always going to be behind some crazy amount. Welcome to YouTube. Looks like y'all want to hear about how Next works. A tutorial on how to make churros. Plans to have Kent on. Oh, I still have to talk about the remix stuff. I was not working at Twitch when the code leak happened, no. Tutorial hell. Yeah, I'll get to tutorial hell, guys. Don't worry. Yeah. I kind of did a rant on the tutorial hell. It was the one about goals. But yeah, a more focused one I think will help. I also want to do a shorter version of the Stop Using Create React app that's like more TikTok friendly, but we have to get there. Yeah. We'll do the remix one first, quick. Then we'll do next. Yeah. Next effectively. Yeah, Angular, yep. Remix can't get out of its way. Yeah. If you attach your Twitch account to your Discord account, and it should automatically add you. If it doesn't, I need to refresh the integration, which I'll do after the show. Sorry, Discord's integration's like super broken right now. So yeah, that's annoying. I am trying to decide if I want this remix thing to be a video or not. I'm leaning no. Very much leaning no. Can I sync the YouTube stream? No, I can't. There's nothing I can do about YouTube being slow. I wish there was, but there's literally nothing. There isn't like a button I can hit or something that just fixes it. It's YouTube is slower. That is YouTube. Welcome to YouTube. They don't know how live works. Sorry. So time. Let's talk about the remix drama. I am leaning towards this not being a video, but I'll still marker it just in case. There has been a bit of a shakeup in the remix world. It's interesting. How do I start with this one? Yeah, this isn't going to be a video, I don't think, so I'll be a little chiller with how I put this one together. Kent Dodds, well known as the Epic React creator, as well as one of the biggest people at Remix, recently left Remix, actually, either yesterday or today. It's not exactly clear when. Okay. Ken Wheeler made him a beat. That's funny. Good for you, Kent. Happy for you. Oh, they streamed earlier. Where is the announcement? Trying to find where he announced it. It was earlier today. That's a video. I don't want to watch a video. Is this the one that has the reflection on Remix in it? No, it is not. Back to overview. A review of my time at Remix. This is the one I was thinking of. Cool. So this is the blog post where he announced that he was leaving Remix. It's about 10 months he spent there. He seems to be on good terms with them overall, but has other things he wants to be focused on that Remix itself is not. And for any of many reasons that we could sit here and speculate on forever, has decided to move on from Remix. I think this is the right call. I think Kent's heart is in developer education and helping people grow as developers. And one framework is not the right place to do that. Even like the new brand of his new stuff it's not Epic React anymore. It's Epic Web. Seems like his goal here, his magnum opus, is everything he knows about web dev. He wants to move past the contained single framework for any of many reasons. I am excited. I kind of felt like this was coming for a while now. It didn't seem like his goals aligned great with what Remix needed to do to succeed. He lists some numbers here that are cool. 13,000 members on the Remix Discord. We're at 6K, so we're catching up fast. 2,400 members on meetup.com. Cool. We should probably start doing meetups, actually. Remix Conf went fine. 429 contributors. Really cool since they recently open sourced. The 8.4 thousand downloads of the Remix podcast, that feels like a very small number. I should figure out how many of our videos are being downloaded. I'm curious. The page views is like the most meaningless metric. I get why he put it here, though. It makes you look good. The Remix won the Breakthrough of the Year award at React Summit. Deserving. Pretty cool. The 10.3K subs on the Remix YouTube channel. I don't know how long have they been doing this and how long has he been working on it for? When's their oldest video? A year ago. Okay. And most of their videos are clips from conferences. It seems like he hasn't really been involved with this channel for a few months now. It's part of like him ramping off. But like 2.2K, 1.5K. And just for comparison, a random YouTuber you guys might have heard of. 26K, 10K, 20K, 10K, or 18K for a short. This one, you know what? Quick pause. Why did this video do so badly? I'm happy this video wasn't paid for. Why did this do so poorly? This is the worst performing video on my channel by a lot recently. The title is good. I've changed the title like 4 times. Is it just you guys don't think about errors? Do you see this thumbnail and not, like, click it? It doesn't say logging in it. It's, why is my app crashing? I swapped thumbnails 4 times. It's not just the thumbnail either. I have one above. No, the one above is a live stream VOD. These don't get algo placement. This is from a stream. Yeah. The title being too vague doesn't matter. If y'all want to propose some new titles in the Discord later, at this point, I'm down to just do new titles and thumbnails on that one because the video's dead. The video's dead. It's getting no placement in the algorithms. Nobody gives a fuck. That's fine. If people in the Discord want to propose new thumbnails and titles, go nuts in the suggestions channel, please, if you can, so I actually see it. VODs get algo, but nowhere near the same algo stuff. VODs are very different in the algorithm. I tried some clickbait titles. Yes, Maple, you missed the remix stuff. There wasn't too much, to be fair. I started going through numbers and then got distracted on one of my videos. Yeah, I don't know how much more to say about this. I'm happy Kent is moving on. I think that there are things he wants to do that he could not and would not have been able to do at Remix. I also think the general vibe and the passive aggression that we've seen in a lot of like Remix's communication doesn't align with Kent and his way of doing things. I am relieved that he is free of that, and I'm very excited to be frank, like have Kent back in the greater web dev community. I feel like he got siloed a little bit during all the Remix stuff. I hope he comes back, and I hope that we have the OG Kent again. If my biggest concern now is that he was definitely one of the people who kept Remix from being too harsh, and I'm guessing is one of the reasons that some of the more negative things got deleted. I am curious how Remix's brand changes as a result of this departure. I have no assertions either way. I have concerns, but no confidence that things are going to go a specific direction. I kind of want to get Kent on for an interview. I see a lot of people mentioning it. He said he might be down. If I can come up with enough for us to talk about, I'm down. But I really don't want it to be like, haha, he's a free of Remix. Now we can make fun of it together. Like, I don't want to do that. Just not interested. But I do want to talk about developer education and video and how these things allow people to develop and be more successful. Very much interested in that, in those types of conversations. So, yeah. All that said, pumped about where he's at. Excited to have Kent back. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, that's it for Remix. Not in the literal sense. Remix might survive. Who knows? Yeah, when I say he's free of Remix, the job and responsibility, not he is entirely removed from Remix and is stopping using it. Like, he's still friendly with Remix. He's still going to use it for a bunch of his content and such. I love that Remix's DX is bad is like the new take. I'm very happy that's been happening more and more. This code has set the manosphere on fire. John, have I shown you my metrics? We should compare our YouTube metrics. Specifically, you guys are going to see a number you're not supposed to. Give me one sec to not accidentally show the numbers you're not allowed to see. I don't think it matters that much, but I'm trying to be better about it. I think my audience numbers I am allowed to share, though. So here are the numbers I wanted to show. Not a lot of people watch with subs. That's expected. My geography breakdown is super interesting. It's 18.8% US, and then a bunch of other places that are like cruising at that 5-ish% range. Very interesting. The thing I wanted to bring up is my gender ratio. This is brute. Yeah. And this is pretty common in the tech world. Yeah. I often joke that I know when like Ariel or like I see Minkskin here and a few others, like I know when they watched a video because I'll see it go from 0% up to something else. A lot of my videos have 0% female viewership until like a few days have gone by. It's pretty hilarious. I would like for this to improve, and I'm working hard for it. I will be specifically going out of my way to have more women on the show in order to help with this. It's a problem I want to work on. But yeah, this is a thing. I wanted to acknowledge it because I think it's important that we acknowledge it and that I put effort into making sure our content is accessible for people who aren't dudes, because it should be. But yeah. Are we sure Andrew Tate doesn't use Java? He probably would. Oh no, please tell me this isn't a fake. We're not making a fake Kent account, are we? Yeah, it has to be a fake account. Yeah, increase demographics and double the view count. Yep, that's the plan. So this isn't about, is my content interesting to people who aren't dudes? This is my content accessible to people who aren't dudes? So I know a lot of women who are engineers who don't watch YouTube videos because most of the YouTube videos are rough. And there's a lot of biases people have about YouTube video content in the engineering world. Some of them are things like how do I put it? Some people think that videos are only for junior engineers. Some people think that YouTube cultures are all like dude bro cultures. Some people think that the whole React community is like that. And I'm trying to make sure that at the very least, my content is accessible to people who have those feelings. Like rather than I don't watch Theo, YouTubers are like sexist dude bros. I'd prefer them to say, I don't watch videos except for Theo. He seems okay. Most of the rest are shitheads. Like that would be progress for me. And I would hope that would result in the greater ecosystem having more accessible content. Anyways, we need to do more rants. Thanks for stopping by, Lizzie. I'm excited for the draft of the overview of today's stuff. These are just YouTube analytics, not Twitch. Twitch doesn't have real analytics. Somebody asked they want to see the ages. Here you go. There are more people over the age of 55 watching my content than there are women watching my content. That's upsetting. Do my coworkers get excited over my rants? No, they're tired of it. That's why I'm running the channel. Need somewhere else for these. Anyways, is it time? Do I talk about how Next actually works? I think it's time to talk about how NextJS works. Oh, I see Ryan in here. This video is going to do well, and I want it to do well, so I'm going to close the door and hide the fan. Shoot. By the end of this one, I'm going to be overheating so bad. But for this video, it's hopefully, probably worth it. We'll see. It's a topic people care about. Topic I care about. How does Next actually work? Might sound like a silly question. It renders React on the server. What is there to know about it? Well, I found a lot of the questions that I get about people building with T3 Stack and with the tech we recommend here come from fundamental misunderstandings of how Next itself actually works and differs from old ways of deploying things like create React app or Vite single page app deployments. What makes Next different? How should we think about it? And how does data actually flow through Next.js to your React application? Let's talk about it. So, Next.js, as we know, is a server-rendered framework for React. The TLDR version is you write React code, and before it goes to the users, it gets run on a server, so the user gets a page that actually has the content of the page. If I go to somewhere like, do I have a simple Vite app deployed somewhere? I'm trying to think of what I might have deployed. Do we have the timer? Yeah, cool. This is going to be annoying to cut. I think we put this in T3 OSS. We did. So this is, and that's the wrong button. That's the right button. So this is an app that was built using Vite. Normally you put a query param for the hours, minutes, and seconds. I'm lazy, don't feel like doing that. The important detail to know here is that the HTML that comes down the server does not have the contents of the page. So if I network tab and actually look at the HTML we got back from the server, you'll see that this HTML is like hilariously empty. Has a div ID root with nothing in it. The reason for this is the content of the page isn't created on a server, it's created on the client. This page is almost instructions for how to make the website, and most of those instructions are contained within this index whatever.js file. This asset file is a bunch of JavaScript that we bundled, that we built when things were deployed on Vercel. And this JavaScript gets loaded by the client and then runs to create the page that the user sees. So the control flow here, if I open up Excalibur real quick, stream new SPA React flow is, I'll draw my arrow down. The top here is request, the bottom's the HTML page. I'm too lazy to draw those in here. The step one is user receives HTML with JS tag. Should specify that this is like empty. So the first step is the user receives empty HTML with the JS tag. User loads JS from JS tag. JS runs, starts fetching data and creating page. I'm gonna have to make a longer arrow for this one. Eventually, data returns, JS finishes rendering page. And then finally, complete page with correct HTML. In order to go from the user making a request to this generated correct page, we have to load JS here from the HTML. So at this point, I'll say HTML here, but incorrect. So at this point, the HTML is here, but it is incorrect. It does not represent what the page's content should be. It represents a static cached asset of just some of the content of the page. And until all of these things happen, it is not running, or it is not the correct page. And it takes all the way to here to get that correct page because the client has to go do another server trip to fetch data. I could put a line actually for each, here, actually I'll copy paste this quick. For each point that an additional request or set of requests has to be made. So request 1 happens at the top here. And then they receive the HTML. Then they request the JS here. So this is the request for that JavaScript. And then once the JS comes in and runs, it has to request the actual data for the page contents. So the first thing you fetch here is the HTML. So first, fetch HTML. Then fetch JS. Then fetch the data you need for the page. And finally then, after all of these steps, you get a complete page with the correct HTML out. So each of these, you request to the server, you get HTML. You do some stuff. You request the server again, you get some JavaScript. You do some stuff. You request the data, that comes back again, and now you can actually finish rendering the page. But each of those steps is because of how how do I put it? It's because the server isn't generating HTML per request. On this request, the first one, the server doesn't know what you want. It doesn't know what the user is asking for. It's just handing them an HTML page. And from there, the HTML page can load the JavaScript, and then from that JavaScript, figure out what it's actually meant to be doing. But all of those steps have to occur on the client's device before it can render the correct page. The goal of NextJS was to prevent this. So if I go here and say NextJS data flow, what NextJS does, and I'm going to have to delete all of these lines. I'm just going to delete all of this because most of the info here is incorrect. So user requests, I'll put the user request at the top. User requests page. So what happens here when the user requests the page depends on how you have things set up in NextJS. But we'll assume you're server rendering every page for now. We'll go into what that means and why you might not want to do that in a minute. But for now, we'll say Next server receives, or I'll say gets request, runs get server side props. The get server side props function is server code that runs when a user requests the page. So if I request a page, like let's say I'm requesting, I'll just change it. The user requests /user/Theo. So user requests /user/Theo. Next server gets the request and it runs the get server side props function that is in that page file. That get server side props function probably is taking a user ID from the query param, in this case the /Theo. It is running that against something like a database to fetch some data, and then it returns that as props for that page, specifically so it can render that in to the HTML. So your React code is running here on the server. So React runs on server using properties from get server side props. This means that the actual page, the HTML that has the information that you want the HTML to have on it, is run and generated on the server. The server then sends correct HTML to user based on what this React code rendered. And then the user loads HTML, then loads JS to catch up to what server rendered. This catch-up step is a very important piece. The catching up is how the term for it's hydration, because when your client isn't rendering the whole page, it's just getting HTML that's correct initially. You still want things to change. Like in React, if I have a hook that renders a count and I want it to go up every time a user clicks, but the server rendered it as 0, I still want it to increase when I click it on the user side. And the way that you do that is you take the HTML that you got from the server and you hydrate it with the JavaScript. In order for the hydration to work, it needs to know exactly what properties were passed to generate that HTML, because effectively what it's doing when you hydrate in React is it is regenerating the same HTML in React, so it knows, hey, that element on the page matches this virtual element in our virtual DOM, so it can do updates from that point forward. This step, this hydration step, takes roughly as long as the painting step here, where you actually are generating and running that code to figure out what you need to fetch and then fetch it and whatnot. That takes just as long to hydrate. However, the page already exists and the user already sees something, and they're probably reading the content of that page as everything else is updating behind the scenes. And by the time they go to click something, all of the JS is loaded and hydrated the page properly. But what about the server-side props? If you have server-side props and these return some data that is used to render the page, how does the copy of that rendering path that is running on the client know about that data? Well, here's where things get a little hacky. Do I have any pages that have get server-side props that I can quickly demo on? I think Ping does. Cool. So here's the Ping call page for me. And if I go in here and I actually go into the HTML, I'll find a script tag somewhere in here. Might actually be in the head. Maybe not. Oh, next data. Here we are. This here, this big old dump in the HTML here, this is the content of what get server-side props returned. This is dropped in the HTML because it is necessary for the JavaScript running on the client to know what was used to render the page, so it can properly hydrate and synchronize the client with the server. This here is an important, arguably, hack that NextJS does in order to make all of this possible. So the magic piece here, the thing that you might not have known about how NextJS works, is that this page is only, or that this page can only be rendered on the client after the server, because the data needed to render this page was included on the HTML itself. So the main benefit here of Next specifically is that the correct data is on the page when it renders for the user the first time. You don't have the blank pop in that then shows the correct content. Like if I go to Twitch right now, see this loading state? That loading state is, if I slow down my network, you can see it even more like exaggerated. I'll put on fast 3G. And you'll see there's a state here with like a loading spinner. Oh, wow. I have to disable cache and knock that to slow. You'll see that there's a state there where the JS hasn't loaded yet, and it just has that like top nav. Can I easily disable JavaScript on the page? I forgot the command to do that. I haven't had to do it in a while. Cool. JavaScript's now disabled on the page, and you'll see this is the content that they send down from the server. Disable, open, I want. Cool. If I refresh, yeah, you'll see the JavaScript is disabled, and because of that, we never get additional data. If I go to here, shoot, wrong button. It's annoying, I can accidentally do that. I go here and I disable the JavaScript. It's going to hang on a loading spinner still, but the actual HTML we got back has way more in it, including that server data. If I was painting a more traditional view here, you would get that whole view. Hell, if I go to the ping homepage actually, and JavaScript is still disabled right now, you know that because there's a video that should be playing and it's not. So this is the ping homepage with JavaScript disabled. And this works because the HTML the server sends is correct. That correct HTML means your metadata is correct, your first paint is correct, your general user experience is more consistent because you don't have a big pile of JavaScript that has to load, run, parse, and paint before content makes it to the user. That all said, you do not have to do this on every page in Next.js. You can opt in or out. In fact, on this page, you might notice that it still loads really fast. That's because we don't want to run this on the server. This page doesn't run on the server. When we build our application, when we like npm run build or we deploy to Vercel, since the file for this page doesn't have a get server-side props function, Next is smart enough to generate a unique HTML page for the site at build time. And then this route now has static HTML that is fetched when a user loads the page. That static nature of the content that's being output means like robots and Google crawlers can more easily parse this and get meaningful data out of it. It means users load the page significantly faster. It means less like powerful devices are necessary to load your page in the first place. And it, most importantly here, means that you don't need to run server code on every request because you generated that HTML at build time and then sent it up to your CDN to share it from there. Static assets are incredibly cheap, and if you're able to distribute those and have those be like fetched by your users, that's going to be a significantly better experience for everybody. I see people saying, but who actually disables JavaScript? Robots disable JavaScript. A bunch of embedded devices disable JavaScript. A bunch of like crawlers, SEO, those types of things disable JavaScript. But most importantly, users have JavaScript disabled until the JavaScript loads. Every user who goes to your site has JavaScript disabled for the first however many milliseconds, maybe even seconds, depending on the speed of their connection and their device. Every user has JavaScript disabled for some amount of time on every website they go to until the JavaScript loads. And ideally, the content of that page will be correct the first time it loads without needing the JavaScript all to load in behind the scenes. Somebody's asking, is there a scenario where this isn't good? It's not that there are situations where this isn't good. There are some where it isn't necessary, where you might want to say, don't bother, we'll just fetch everything on client. We do that a bunch at Ping. We have a handful of pages where it's just like the dashboard, for example. Server rendering the dashboard makes no sense. Also, love that the menu button does work with JavaScript disabled. Fun stuff. how do I put it? If you have a page that you don't care about the HTML being correct, like people are exclusively using it on computers in San Francisco with really fast internet connections, it's not as big a deal. Or something that we deal with, you have like a bunch of AV devices you want to interface with. So when I go to this page, I need to use your AV. I need to use your camera and your microphone in order to activate this call. If we don't have JavaScript running, I can't do any of that. This page is actually useless without JavaScript, which is why this page has a big old loading spinner in front of it. It still server renders, and it still puts a bunch of data into that server render in order to make the metadata here correct. So when I link this call to somebody, the right stuff comes up when I do that. So like if I go to one of my favorite sites, the Twitter card validator, by the way, super pro tip if you're working on metadata, one of the easiest ways to know if your shit is working. So when I paste a ping call here, unable to render card preview because I must have broken something kind of recently. Very good to know. Theoretically, this should load fine. Surprised it doesn't. URL metadata checker. I think Facebook has one, a Facebook link validator. Sharing debugging, cool. Please work. Cool. This one kind of worked. So here's what it would look like. I have my old T3 logo, Theo's room, come chat in Theo's room. This is what the metadata of that page contains. If this page was client rendered entirely, this would not be able to come through because this would have to load the HTML, then run some JavaScript, then create an updated page. And this robot's not going to do that. They're just going to download the HTML and read it. They're going to stop at that first step. I think that's what a lot of people are missing when they see things like this. A lot of devices stop here. So the HTML here is here, but it's incorrect. If your device isn't running JavaScript because it hasn't loaded yet, because you're a server and your server doesn't load JavaScript, because you're parsing things, because you're reading metadata, if you stop here, and a lot of things do, this does not work. You are not getting the data that you need here, realistically speaking. Because of all that, it's important to be considerate of server rendering opportunities when you have them and the HTML contents that your users are getting when you can. So yeah, be more considerate of how your servers are actually rendering things, what's happening where, and to an extent, how the HTML that comes out of your server is shaped and how it looks. There are gotchas here. I was thinking about covering these more. I don't know how long this video is going to be. I'm already concerned about the edit on this one. Do I want to go into the gotchas? Yeah, one of the big gotchas is not all code can be run on a server. Things like calling window directly. Actually, not all code can be run on a server. There's a lot of code. Don't want to make that smaller. There's a lot of code that can't be run on a server. Things that call window. Window can't be run on the server because servers don't have Windows. Servers run Linux. Kind of a joke. Seriously though, servers don't have the window primitive, so you can't call that directly and do things to it. You can't like check a user's AV devices on the server because you're not on their device where the AV devices are. You can't call local storage. So things that call local storage. Local storage doesn't exist on the server, it exists on the client. You don't have access to that on the server. If you want things like that, you want to put those in the request to the server so the server can include the right things. It's again one of those huge arguments for having cookies is the cookie will be in the initial request and you can render the right things accordingly. Other code that can't run on servers, anything stateful. If you have stateful code, you either need to put that in a database and synchronize it, or you can't. Like an on-click, a set state, those types of things, those aren't going to run on a server. Basically, anything that isn't there before use effects start running and before actions start running isn't going to be there when you render on the server. What else is there that I have run into where I like wanted something and I couldn't use it because I was server rendering? I'd say user devices is part of window. Like the only way I access user devices is through window and similar window-based globals. Media queries. Ooh, media queries is a fun one. Yeah. Somebody asked, Theo, what about real-time page updates? Isn't it better to have client-side rendering for this case? Oh boy, am I happy you're here for this stream and video, because the whole point of this is that SSR is just the first step. The thing that NextJS is. And I want to be very, very clear about this, because I feel like this is what people are missing. And I'm pumped you asked the question, because I want to call it out. Next only does this. This is Next. This is a normal SPA. Once your HTML has gotten to the user, I should actually move this here because this is the point where the HTML is correct. So this section up here, I'll make this green, is Next. And this part here is React. Once your server code has run, you're in a normal React app. The only difference between something like create T3 app, or sorry, I would like create React app or Vite, the difference between those and the difference with something like Next is what happens before that HTML comes. If I was to horizontally spectrum, this is probably like the most useful part. If we were very generic, like there is HTML loads. Let's make 3 of these. HTML loads, JS loads, and JS paints correct content. I'll even call this like JS synced with HTML content. These are 3 steps that both like a create React app or Vite or other single page app have, as well as something like NextJS. The difference between create React app and Vite versus something like Next is purely here. From request to complete SPA load. Let me move all of this quick. Yeah. This section, what the hell? Why is it doing that? I did not bind that there at any point. Why does it think this is here? Did not do that. So this section here, this little bit in this area, this is where things are different in Nextland. The only difference between Next and another single page app is right here. This is the Next remix section. When you're using something that's rendering on the server and it's something like Next remix, whatever else, I don't know why this arrow keeps killing itself. Whenever it's something like Next or remix and it's running code on the server, it runs here before the HTML loads. But from this point forwards, I should give this background color too. No, wrong color. Looks like I'm going to move this up. I think down is fine, actually. God, why is Excalibur doing this to me? I want to unlink this arrow. I never want this. Can I just tell arrows to never connect? I'd be okay if my arrows never connected again. Okay, this is the next remix section. And this is a normal SPA. So, given this spectrum here, You have the next remix section and then the normal SPA. The difference here, the thing that makes these two so different, because right now it looks pretty similar. There's just like that little section in front. The thing that means, God, I can't just make all three of these shorter at once. Okay. Better. So the thing that is different here is that the HTML that loads here I'll put an arrow here. Initial HTML is, I'll make this bigger and not green because it's important. Initial HTML is correct in next remix, incorrect in an SPA. So the important difference here, like the distinction, I'm realizing that size is too big. Here we are. So yeah, the initial HTML when you use next or remix is correct, and it is incorrect if you're using a traditional SPA, which means that what happens from here down is different as well. If your HTML is correct, then when the JS loads, it's not filling the page, it's recreating the page in JavaScript land in order to synchronize that state with the page state. So this step is a little different depending on if you're going the next remix route or not. But the distinction that really matters, the point I want to drive home, is that the only difference between next or remix and something like Vite or Create React App, the only difference in terms of how pages load, render, behave, is that your HTML loads different content initially. This first step is correct if you're using a server-side rendered framework, and it is incorrect if you're using a single-page app-based framework. And that is fine if the thing you're building doesn't need correct HTML, but it probably does at some point. I saw somebody else in chat saying, this is why a single-page app loads faster. No, it does not. Because if I run this code here at build, the thing that the server has cached is the same. If I have HTML that Next built, and you have HTML that Create React App built, those load just as fast. If I want to make different HTML for every request or every user, I can do that, and that will be slower for the first paint, but it won't be slower overall. The HTML that the user gets from a single page app is incorrect, and it will always take more time for them to load the JavaScript, fetch the data the JavaScript needs, and then paint the correct page. But if the page is static, I can do that at build time here, and now my page and your page, my page being a Next app and your page being a Create React app, have the same time to that first HTML. The difference is your HTML is wrong. If I have dynamic data we want to fetch, like let's say we want to fetch my view count on this page. You could load the HTML page with no data in it. You could load the JavaScript. That JavaScript parses, renders the page, realizes, oh shit, I need that data. It does a third fetch to go get that data, bring it back, and now you have the correct content. In Next and Remix, if you choose to block the page on that content, you make one request, the server gets everything it needs, puts it in the page, and then the thing the client gets back is correct the first time. And that overall takes way less time. Way less time. And if you don't need to do that because the content is static, then don't block every request on the server. Generate a static page from Next or Remix. It is very easy to effectively turn Next or Remix into Create React App++ by never using get server-side props and never using loaders and actions. The server code only runs if you write it. So don't write it if you don't need it. And now you've just made a Create React App style single page app with better build tools. Or you can block things because you have pages that need content, and that's fine too. But chances are at some point you're going to want correct HTML. And at that point, you're going to wish you were using Next.js or Remix from the start. And I found on almost every project I have ever worked on, I got to the point eventually where I wanted to add an endpoint, or I wanted to block on like generating this page, or I wanted to use incremental static revalidation or regeneration and revalidation, whatever, to make sure the content of that like metadata is correct on request. All of these things quickly get noticed when you have problems that require you to work around them. I don't know how to put it other than like, if you don't think you need some form of server-side rendering or generation, you're going to regret that soon. You're probably close to the point where you realize that. Somebody asked if you have conditionals on the front end, i.e. like if content, does that get run during hydration? It depends on where the conditionals are and if the data those conditionals operate on is on the server or not. So like if you're blocking the page on getting data from Prisma and you only render a certain view if that data has like let's say you use the user's token or their cookie to fetch the user profile and you only render this page if they're an admin. If you have code that's if user is admin, render this, else render something else, then the HTML the user gets is correct. I think I've covered everything I want to here. The main point I want to drive home is that NextJS isn't this crazy alternative framework that doesn't do the things that React does. It doesn't, in any meaningful way, change how your React code runs on the client at all. The only thing NextJS does, and the only thing Remix does, is the request before the content is on the user's device. NextJS makes it easier than ever to generate HTML per page for your users so that when they load the page, the HTML is correct, and then the JavaScript loads and becomes a normal React app. Without Next or Remix, you're getting incorrect HTML. The client has to fetch everything, update it all, and then and only then will you finally be able to see, how do I put it? Then and only then will the user get correct content. And the benefit of these frameworks and the server-side stuff is that you have control over what HTML the user gets. But don't think that using Next.js means that you can't use all the other React stuff you're used to. This is still a single-page app. And all the people saying single-page app versus Next don't actually understand what Next.js is. Because Next.js isn't a multi-page app framework. It is a single-page app framework. It is It is a React-based framework that runs on the server that happens to let you generate different HTML based on different routes. But you're still building a single-page app. Once that first page loads, it's just a normal React app. That's it. Like, I hope this video covers this well enough that I can start linking to it and no longer answer these annoying questions. But yeah, somebody in YouTube chat just said it really, or somebody in YouTube chat just said it really well. So Next gives you the benefits of React. It wasn't React NSPAs. Never mind, they didn't word it correctly. Next gives you the benefits of server-side rendering and single-page app style React applications in one. React is a way to make interactive websites. And Next.js is a way to make the HTML correct for those interactive websites as soon as it loads. That's it. You're not like Next.js isn't an alternative to these things. Next is an alternative to React. Next is an alternative to like single page apps. Next lets you build a really powerful single page app with correct HTML from the server on first paint and a much better overall developer experience around it. Next is a single-page application framework that happens to be backend ready, happens to run on servers, and it happens to enable you to do really cool things. But it does not have to do those things if you don't want it to, because in the end, it is a way to build React applications. Next is not something that prevents you from having an interactive, customizable, live experience on your app, because I guarantee you, Ping is more of an app than most of y'all saying you don't need Next.js or building. Ping is right about as interactive and live as you can get. Our average page session time is 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours on one page. We don't care that much about how quickly that first paint comes through, but having the power of a framework that lets us build the right HTML, build the right JSON, calling the backend in our own single focused environment is so powerful that we use NextJS to build our single page application that is very much an app. NextJS lets us do that better, and it is a great framework for it. Just because you don't think you need really good SEO right now does not mean you don't need the benefits of a server-rendered application framework. And NextJS is still the best option for that. With all that said, if you still somehow don't get this, ask some questions in the comments, maybe come hang out in the Discord. I want to figure out what isn't resonating here, because a lot of people are asking, to be frank, not just dumb, but outright stupid questions about NextJS versus Create React App. And I want to be very clear. There is no use case for Create React App anymore. Vite templates for a single page app experience, if you really don't need server rendering, are nice. But generally speaking, more often than not, having server rendering will make your life easier. And you should probably consider integrating it in your applications. Hope this was helpful. Join the Discord if you haven't. Subscribe if you haven't for some reason. The button's here, I think. Yeah, over there. Click it. Or on that subscription grind. Appreciate y'all a ton. Thanks for stopping by. Check out the next video. I'm still here. Don't leave, nerds. I see y'all dipping. I see how the numbers go. Hit that marker for the end of that. How do we do? That one kind of sucked. I'm not super proud of that one, but it's also a rant I've needed to do for a while. I feel like there was 2 in there. Do I think this might not age well after the next RFC stuff? Or the layout RFC? I actually thought about that before going in. And how do I put it? I kind of made the decision that if this ends up being wrong because of the layout RFC stuff, that's awesome and I'm pumped about that. And I'll ride that wave strong. But I don't think that's going to be the case. I am pretty sure a lot of what I said here will still be correct. And Aiden said that you haven't used it and you're waiting for the layout RFC. You specifically, like admin panel type stuff with like nested UIs, don't touch Next until it has those. It's annoying. You can make it work, but you're building your own component hierarchy, and it's not super pleasant. A lot of people are asking about my hatred of get server-side props. I'll put it in the list of things to do. I need to organize these by importance of getting the edit out. Why I hate get server side. I'll do a more thorough rant on this probably next stream because I've been promising the tutorial hell one and I want to make sure I get to that before we wrap up. I also, how do I put it? Honestly, like I've covered this in my remix video. This guy. I'm coming around to remix. This video could also be titled Why I Hate Next's Data Flows. Is there a video link for how NextJS works? Yes, actually. I was able to in my brain just there after ranting about that for 35 minutes straight, snap my fingers, think really hard, and generate a perfectly edited YouTube video that's already live with a link for you. No, there isn't a fucking video yet. I just finished talking about it. Anyways. No need to be... Guys, I can be sarcastic. Jesus Christ. Especially when I'm moving it from to-stream to streamed and you're watching me do this here. If I can't make fun of questions that annoy me, then the stream's going to have to stop forever. You just joined. It's fine. I'm just making a joke because things happen. And I was amused because I just moved this over. If you want to watch it, rewind a few, like 30 to 50 minutes, or wait for the updated video to come out on YouTube. Coming soon. It is past 5 o'clock, which means I can have my beer. We are doing the get out of tutorial hell next, right? I'm going to raid Luke when we're done. Don't worry. Y'all trying to trigger me? Yep, you are. Confirmed. Did I miss any subs while I was doing that rant? It doesn't look like it. Y'all chilled out. No subs for 50 minutes. God damn, guys. I thought you liked me. Luke's online for another 45 minutes. Oh, no, I feel bad rating when he's like near the end. I might go longer than 45 minutes, honestly. How can I grow my startup to the point where I can afford a Lambo? Use PHP, obviously. All Lambo drivers are PHP developers. We know that. Alejo with the gift sub. Appreciate that a bunch. Thank you for making things move. I feel better. I'm subconscious. That was a good pun. Good jokes. I know I promised tutorial hell, but if people want the server-side props rant more, we can do that. Let's do our last poll. So I go and grab my beer. Final rant. Tutorial hell, or why I hate get server-side props. Get server-side P it is. Cool. Grabbing my beer and smoking quick. Be right back. It's straight up like 10 degrees hotter in here than it is out there. Sorry, guys. You're going to have to watch my other video about server-side prop stuff if you want that. I missed 5 gift subs. Thank you so much, Zach. Appreciate that a ton. The trolling. Can you have your backend endpoints in Next, and when do you need a separate backend? You don't. I would say you need a separate backend when either Lambda functions aren't cutting it because you want like a proper server, or you want to leave the language and or have more control over your infra. Specifically, like if you have a backend team, like once you have a need to hire a backend specific engineer, Next being your backend no longer makes sense as much. Next is a phenomenal way to not need a backend server that is more traditional. But once you do have that need for any of many reasons, like WebSockets that you want to host yourself, or like other crazy infrastructure problems that aren't scaling well on serverless, at those points, move over. Hamster donated another 5 gift subs. Appreciate you a ton, man. The gift subs this stream have been crazy, and it's like a much different crew. Like normally we have the same 2 or 3 people gifting a ton of subs. Today it's a huge number of people gifting like 5 to 25 subs, and it's so cool to have you guys, like people who have never seen gifting before, doing it. I hope none of y'all are putting yourselves in like bad financial positions, but I appreciate everyone who's doing it. Y'all are the best. Thank you guys so much. Text to speech sub messages. Do you know how hard that will fuck up the rants? That'll make the YouTube content significantly harder, and I'd also have to wear headphones more. Cooper with the 10 gifts. Jesus Christ. 247 gift subs on the channel. Insanity. Best WebSockets after Socket.io. WebSocket. It's pretty solid. It's their mom's credit card. Oh, I appreciate it, Simpson. Thank you. First paycheck from the new job where you use Next and Tailwind. That is so cool. Congratulations, Hamster. Appreciate that a ton. I'm pumped to get a slight kickback from that paycheck. What? How much do you know about C++? I'm surprised there isn't a famous cake made out of nails. Nails are useful for some things, not for fucking cakes. Time to talk about tutorial hell. Let's do it. I haven't even had a sip of my beer yet, though. Sorry, YouTube, that I haven't been paying as much attention to the chat. YouTube's been a little annoying lately in terms of like chat integrations. That all said, it's time. Beer's Corona. I'm usually drinking Corona on stream, sometimes Modelo if I feel like it. Also, Mark, if you're still here, are we doing the YC thing? Yo, Hype Beast. Ray, the homie. Good to have you here, man. I texted you about something not too long ago. It's not the biggest deal, like, short term, but I would really like to have that addressed by TwitchCon if possible. Just a important-ish thing. Miss you, too. I appreciate you a ton, man. I hope you're still hanging out with Gary and crew. Think it is time to do the final rant of the stream. Let's talk about tutorial hell. That marker. Can I say hell in the first 30 seconds? Does that count as a like one of the words that gets me demonetized? Oh, you texted me back. My bad. I have not checked my phone since I started streaming. Yeah, I'll check that after. No rush. Thank you for hitting me back. Good to have you hop in like that soon after texting. Aiden, I was at Twitch for a while and I lived in San Francisco. You have more non-Twitch staff Twitch friends than me for sure. But like if you were in SF, you would instantly within a week of like living here, you would have more friends than I do at Twitch for sure. Come back, man. We want you here. We could do collabs together. Oh, you still haven't face revealed. I need to be careful about that, actually. Anyways. Tutorial hell time? Tutorial heck would be funny. I think I'm just going to say hell and I have to demonetize this video. I have to demonetize the video. It would be a fun experiment to see how a clickbaity demonetized video performs in the algo. Let's roll with it. I'm going to change the YouTube title to see how it helps. And set title. Saving you from tutorial hell, one bad project at a time. Cool. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm going to hit that poor marker button one more time. This is going to be a very annoying stream to edit. I feel bad for all my editors, but I love them to death. They work hard. Split. Set. Let's talk about tutorial hell and how to get out of it specifically. I know a lot of y'all are in it. I see the watch time on channels like Alejo and... God, it's not the person I'm thinking of. I know a lot of y'all are stuck in tutorial hell. I've seen the view numbers on Pedro's channel. You guys are deep in those tutorials. You are just eating up every word you can, watching these long videos, teaching you every detail about React and how to use every feature. I don't know every feature in React. I know like half of them. You don't need to have every single detail of every single thing you use memorized. In fact, it slows you down significantly. And more importantly, it gives you no understanding of how important different pieces are. No tutorial can teach you which parts of a framework or a language are the ones that you are going to need to use. And there is no way for you to prioritize for yourself which things need to be learned if you're learning for the sake of learning rather than for the sake of building. And the harsh reality is there will always be more to learn. You will never know JavaScript. You will never know React. You will know enough of them to build things. So you should focus on that. The sooner you can get away from tutorials and into building, the better. It will help you significantly in the success of your own learnings. I often compare this to skateboarding, which I find myself doing more and more in my old age of missing my board. Skateboards are not learned in a classroom, sitting there as a professor tells you about the history of skateboards and how they work for 8 hours a day. Skateboarding isn't learned by sitting there watching tutorial after tutorial of every single trick ever done. Skateboarding is learned by taking a piece of wood with wheels on it, going outside, and hitting the ground over and over again until you ride away. You get better at skateboarding by being bad at skateboarding. You get better at code by being bad at code. Not from tutorials, not from sitting there watching video after video. Honestly, not from my videos either. My videos are a great way to hear about new things, get motivated a bit, get excited about stuff you might not have that energy for. But none of that's going to make you successful as a developer. I should be a fun thing you do in your free time. God, sirens. I know as soon as I start talking again, they're going to go off again. I know how this works. Okay. You guys might not hear them, but you also might, and I don't want to worry about that, so I just wait till they're gone. Anyways. I entirely lost my train of thought from that. Great. You do not know what you need to know until you're building what you want to build. And the thought... If you can't hear them right now, you're going to in 15 seconds when they get close enough. Anyways. I kind of just want to restart this rant now. Anyways. Back to the beginning. Tutorial hell is rough, and judging by the numbers, a lot of y'all are in it. When I look at channels like Pedro or WebDev Simplified and other friends in the space, their tutorial videos consistently get the most views, and y'all go from the first hour-long video to the 20th hour-long video at like an 80% rate. You guys go and watch the hell out of these things, and you don't end up actually improving in a way that you can feel. I find that tutorials trick you in a way into feeling like you have to go learn the whole framework or the whole tool or the whole technology, and that these much longer haul things you have to go learn are not real. They don't resemble how the day-to-day of being an engineer works. We're not constantly reading every detail of every code base we touch. We're not 100% familiar with every feature of React. If I was to go do a React tutorial right now, I would learn things, almost definitely. The reality is, I don't need to know those things, or I would have learned them by now. When I think of learning skateboarding, I think about, my brain is not working right now. God damn it. When I think about learning programming, I don't think about fields like biology, where you have to go sit in class for hours. I think more about skateboarding, where the thought of sitting in class and being told how a skateboard works it's funny to me. The way you learn to skateboard is by going outside and hitting the ground over and over again until suddenly you ride away. That feeling of failure and that familiarity with doing things wrong is so essential to figuring out what doing things right is. If you're presented 5 features in React and you need to figure out which ones to learn and learn more about, you don't know how to value those until you're building things with React. You cannot know which features are the most worth your time until you're building things with them. And the best way to figure out what things are worth learning is by using them. If you go out there and start building stuff, you'll quickly figure out what you don't know much more effectively than by watching tutorial after tutorial after tutorial. And if your goal is to get a job, you shouldn't just be trying to fill your resume with 15 different technologies that you watched enough tutorials on to theoretically get your hire. You should be focused on building things to talk about and demonstrate. Engineers aren't people who have a spec sheet full of the coolest technologies. Engineers are people who made things happen. You need to be able to build stuff. And you don't do that by sitting here and watching tutorial after tutorial. You do that by building stuff. And like, I don't know how to put it other than go build things. Like, we have this really cool, unique field that we're in where everything that the greatest engineers in the world have done can be done by you at home on a Chromebook right now. All of the things you've seen me do on stream can be done using free tools and technologies and accounts on various services and platforms. All of the stuff you need to be successful as an engineer is sitting on the web for free, waiting for you to know what you need. And it's so easy to feel like you have to go through these tutorials. You have to buy this course. You have to sit through all of this content. And then, finally, you will know React. And then you can be a real engineer. That's not how any of this works. All but one of the engineers I've hired at Ping had little to no React experience when I hired them. When I was at Twitch, it was like 10% of the people I hired, maybe 15 to 20, had a React experience prior for React teams. for my backend team, especially the one that was running Elixir, we never hired a person who knew Elixir going in. The expectation is when you're working with these technologies, you'll figure out what you don't know and figure out how to learn it as fast as possible. And ideally, as an engineer, you'll be learning things every day. My nose itches again. God. Yeah. Ideally, you'll be learning things constantly. And every day, you're going to feel a little bit stupid. I think that's one of the biggest reasons people do fall into tutorial hell, is they feel dumb. And watching those tutorials, watching this content that's focused specifically on them and their mindset of like not being good enough yet, it feeds into that and helps them stay there. It's like comfort versus growth mindset. Tutorials are often written for people who don't know anything, and those aren't going to challenge you as meaningfully. But the reality of engineering is you're just going to feel dumb as hell regularly. Like, you've seen it happen to me on stream probably if you're hanging out here. I had a stream recently where I was using React 18 more heavily for the first time, and I've never felt dumber using a framework I've used for half a decade at this point. Plus, the harsh reality is tutorial hell encourages you to not challenge yourself more meaningfully. Good tutorials are well-paced and don't challenge you super hard. Software engineering has no pace, and you're going to feel stupid as hell all the time. That also means you can grow way faster too. The more often you feel dumb, and the more often you don't actually understand what's going on, the more you have to learn and the faster you can learn it. And so much of that is our job as engineers that I think it's worth getting used to it earlier rather than later. Tutorials are an okay resource for onboarding on a new thing, but to be frank, I personally have never finished a full tutorial. The new Boston YouTube channel and the Java tutorials he posted, that's how I got started in software engineering. It is. All of my original software dev experience came from watching those tutorials on YouTube, and I got 40 videos in of like a 200 plus video series. And after those 40 videos, I felt like I understood the patterns well enough to start building and do my Google searching from there. Good old Bucky made enough content for me to get my feet wet, and then I dove in. That was it. And from here, I Google search, I ask questions, I get involved in communities, but most importantly, I build shit. That's how I got good. I built a lot of stuff. And the vast majority of it, even now, was and is bad stuff. And that's fine because you can learn a lot from bad code and mistakes. And a lot of those learnings are why I am successful today. So if you want to be a successful senior engineer like Theo, go screw up some more. Go build something and watch it burn and realize you don't know anything and panic about it a bit and go Google search a bunch of things and realize you had some fundamental misunderstanding about how servers work or how like deployments happen or SQLite or whatever the hell you're playing with, and realize very quickly that you have a lot to learn, but you can learn it just by playing and building and failing. Failure is where you learn in software engineering, and tutorials discourage you from embracing failure. Go embrace failure, go screw some things up, get out of your YouTube hell you're currently stuck in, and go make some things happen. I have a feeling you will quickly learn a lot more than you are from those tutorials. Thank you for watching this video. If you enjoyed it, please hit that subscribe button. I think it's like here-ish. Shout out my editors. They've been killing it on the channel. If you're not already in the Discord, please join that. And if you didn't know, I recently started a Patreon. My Patreon, or patreon.com/t3.gg, is the best way to support me. We post new videos early. So if you want to see new videos a few days before they come out, that's the best place to have them. And very soon, we're going to start posting all of the Excalibur diagrams there. So if you want those, make sure you're in the Patreon. Thank you guys again. See you in the next video. And make sure you don't leave because we're still streaming. I also have a Patreon thing there if you guys want to join that. This is an interesting point, Zach. Tutorials are not passive entertainment. Tutorials are passively tricking you into thinking you're learning without actually doing. If you're watching a tutorial for something you're not familiar with, you're not getting a whole lot from it, I promise, unless you are engaging, at which point it's no longer a break. There are a lot of other types of content you can engage with that aren't tutorials that you can do more passively. Things like my rants, like lectures in schools, more like opinionated videos, but a proper like tutorial style video that is a walkthrough from start to finish of building something. Watching those passively is not going to teach you shit, period. There we go. That's the right mindset. You just dove right into Dreamweaver and hacked until it worked. I am your background while you introduce new bugs to your code base. Love that. Yeah, the new beta React site is one of the best like educational resources I've ever seen. I guess it counted the period as part of the link. Yeah, the beta React JS docs are incredible, like bar raising for educational content. Just saw Karan join the T3 Club over on YouTube. Appreciate you a ton, man. Thank you for joining over there. What do you feel about watching a tutorial to glance over the general process, but then doing it yourself without any help from the video? If you, like depends on the lag time between these things and how much time is being spent on both. Like if you're quickly diving in to, like making things after the video, like you watch a 1 hour video and you immediately go build something similar, fuck yeah, love that. If you're watching 6 hours of tutorials, getting halfway through a project that's similar, shrugging and then giving up, less so. So there's like a spectrum here, and depending on where you fall on that spectrum, it's either fine or just as problematic. The best way to learn best practices is getting a job with people who follow them and then being mad at you when you don't follow them. You can't Google search or tutorial hell your way to best practice. I studied mostly audio engineering and like both recording and production techniques rather than mixing and mastering. I do also have a degree in software engineering. I dualed, so I have both. But yeah, I have a degree in software engineering and audio engineering. Oh boy, go do it. You'll learn so much in this process. Yep, this is the right way, Mark. You watched a single tutorial from one person in 2016, then you went and built something, and you've been like hacking on it since. Didn't know anything before. Perfect. I am not somebody comfortable with library development, so I should not do this video. Yeah, Dan's use effect stuff in the docs are great. Like I learned a ton from those. Reading docs instead of building, yeah. I think for learning new concepts, it's if you're committed to learning the concept, that something like the quick start React stuff can be really good for that. But generally, like reading thoroughly through some docs without playing with the thing or finding a use case for it ahead, iffy. There are very few docs I've bothered reading through the entirety of, and I don't think it brings a lot of value to do that. Can you use Create T3 as a beginner React dev? Absolutely. And you're going to have a bunch of dumb things. I got a present. I saw that I got a gift sub. I will go hang out over there. Possible ban evader monitoring. Interesting. Mr. Chad, either you or somebody on your IP address. Oh, you made this account recently. Interesting. For some reason, Twitch thinks you're ban evading. But there's a good question. Content about how to read docs better would be an interesting thing. I'll think on that. This is an okay question. I'd say it depends on the complexity of the things. Like if you have a complex store, you shouldn't roll your own Zustand. You shouldn't roll your own React query. You probably shouldn't roll your own form libraries because those are complex. I'm trying because like I have two responses here, which is this is a tough one for me because on one hand it's like because to me it's so obvious. It's like, oh, for those things I would import and for those things I wouldn't. But why it's obvious to me is something I'm actually struggling to communicate a bit. Honestly, I would go with a combination of how many NPM installs does the thing get? How often do we talk about the thing? And how well do you understand like a self-rolled version of it? And based on those things, make a decision. But like for forms, for data fetching and async management stuff, for stores and like managing a data store, for all those types of things, these abstractions are existing and popular for good reasons. Like, do not roll your own React query. Do not roll your own Zstand. Aiden, I let you get away with Material UI. I am not letting you get away with not using React Query. You should be using React Query. Come on, man. Yeah. Also, other Aiden, I appreciate the gift sub. Sorry, I've not been keeping up with subs as well. They're not a tab I'm paying enough attention to. Same on mono repos. They're cool. Need to do more stuff with them. Copyright striking your name, lol, Hayden. Oh, yo, Tomo, good to have you here, man. Yeah, I'll think on that one. I think it is time to start wrapping up. It is almost 6 o'clock. We've been going for almost 5 hours now. Pretty nice long stream. Let's figure out who's live in the category. Hopefully Luke is still live. If anybody's here was also monitoring Luke's stream, how much longer is he going to be live for if he is? He's still live. Not a lot of people. He's only been live for 45 minutes. I'll assume he's going to be live a little longer. Let's go raid Luke. Oh, he's only going to be live for 10 more minutes? Fuck. I don't want him to have to be responsible for raiding or moving all these people somewhere else, and I don't want him to feel pinned because he got raided by a big stream. Anybody in here? We've raided Kisa a bunch. Don't need to keep annoying her with raids. We've raided Griff a bunch too. I could raid Jamie. I'm pretty pumped with the stuff that they're doing. And I want Space Drive to work. I want there to be a better file sharing app. Or like file management on macOS. So I am thinking we go this direction. Yeah, let's give Jamie a raid. If you want to see Tori in action, that's a cool place to see it. Well, thank you all. As always, I might do a stream this weekend. Probably not. I'm somewhat busy, but I will definitely be back this coming Wednesday. Do I announce my guest now? Fuck it. I'll announce my guest now. Ben Awad's coming on next week. So definitely want to be here Wednesday if you want to see Ben Awad and I talking all about content creation, CEO life, and moving away from GraphQL. Should be a very fun show. Keep that on the DL for now because I'm going to plan some like more fun announcements around it. But yeah, finally a Ben Awad coming on. Should be a really good show. See you guys for that. Make sure you're here on Wednesday. Follow if you haven't already. Subscribe on YouTube if you haven't for some reason. Give me a follow on Twitter if you want to keep up to date on all these things. And make sure you join the Discord if you have not yet for some reason. Yeah, Discord is the best way to keep up with everything we're doing. Let's go raid Jamie. Oh no. I already liked the tweet. Yeah. See y'all in Jamie's. I probably won't hang out for too long. I am super, super busy. I will see y'all soon. Peace, nerds. Raid is through. Peace, YouTube.